promote and give importance to the Constitution. And when it comes to a critical mass of knowledgeable citizens, the critical mass exists in universities, and you are this critical mass. So how well aware are you as far as our Constitution is concerned? How prepared are you to defend the Constitution and promote it? Is what this program is about. The second precondition for constitutionalism to thrive in a nation is a belief in the Constitution by many political actors. Without the majority of political actors with a belief in the Constitution, it can only end up as a mere piece of paper. In Uganda, many people think the Constitution is a lawyer's document. But a Constitution is a citizen's document. It is the thrust of the social contract that leaders are supposed to make with you people. It also guides everybody's conduct in public space. But is this the case in Uganda? Or the Constitution is a mere piece of paper that is conveniently referred to when it serves the interests of the leaders? The third precondition is the presence of organized political forces that are not only interested in constitutionalism, but are prepared to defend the Constitution with their feet, like we see in Kenya today. When it comes to constitutionalism, and specifically this program, Madam Ruth Sekindi from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, in the previous 3 seasons of this mentorship program, we have produced a total of 213 elected leaders from Parliament to LC3 level. That's where we were tracking to in the last 10 years. And we know that the people in this room will find themselves in several leadership spaces, be it elective, be it public service, be it NGO world, or the business sector. So that's the force that we intend to nurture, that will promote constitutionalism in these several spaces. Constitutionalism requires a deeper understanding of the fundamental principles that underpin our democracy and the rule of law. Constitutionalism, at its core, is the commitment to governance based on a set of laws and principles that safeguard the rights and freedoms of individuals while ensuring justice and equality for all. It's the bedrock upon which our democratic society is built, providing a framework for the protection of human rights, the separation of powers, and accountability of government. In today's rapidly changing world, where the dynamics of governance and societal norms are constantly evolving, it's more important than ever for young minds to be well versed with the principles of constitutionalism. Universities as centers of learning and intellectual development play a crucial role in shaping the future leaders, thinkers, and policymakers of our nation. It's within these hallowed halls that the seeds of knowledge are sown, nurtured, and cultivated. This program is designed to engage students in critical thinking, debate, and discussion about constitutional principles and their application in contemporary society. Through civic engagements, we aim to provide a comprehensive understanding of the Constitution, its historical context, its relevance in addressing current and future challenges. A robust democracy thrives when its citizens are knowledgeable about their rights and responsibilities and are actively involved in the democratic processes. By promoting constitutionalism, we hope and desire to nurture a generation of values, justice, equality, and rule of law. Promoting constitutionalism is a commitment to the ideals that define our nation And it's about upholding the principles that ensure justice and liberty for all. It's about preparing ourselves to face the challenges of the future with integrity and wisdom. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to the development and successful launch of this program, the CCG team, our team from the Civic Space TV, our coordinators in the respective universities. Thank you so much. And together, we can build a more just, equitable, and democratic society. I look forward to walking this journey with you all throughout the 25 universities in our program across the country, as well as enjoying the brilliant, useful brains as you debate the practical aspects of constitutionalism and constitutional governance in Uganda. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Birete. Guys, I think she deserves more than that, really. Sarah is not just my boss. She is perhaps one of the biggest resources we have in this country, especially when it comes to matters of constitutionalism, good governance, rule of law, and so on. She is like a moving encyclopedia when it comes to that. And it is a privilege, by the way, if you have the opportunity to use and utilize the platforms that Sarah has created for young people to actually engage on these matters. Why? Because you're not just the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of this very moment. You're the leaders of today, the leaders of now. Thank you very much, Sarah. May I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Ruth Sekindi to come and share with us more on the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. We always hear about the Human Rights Commission, but what exactly are they supposed to do when it comes to protecting and promoting the rights of citizens? Doctor, you're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, students. Maybe you hear that better. Good morning. Okay, Dr. Sarah Birete. I know that the guest of honor is not here. His worship, distinguished guests, distinguished students, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this finds you well. I have been introduced, and I'm passionate about human rights. When we talk about constitutionalism and the rule of law, you can't separate human rights from constitutionalism. Human rights is the cornerstone and the bedrock of democracy. Under the Constitution, Article 1 talks about a social contract between the people and the state. And human rights are demanded for. So human rights don't come to you on a silver platter. You demand for your rights. Because when you do not demand for your rights, many times you may not get them. And other people have fought for human rights. The fight for women, the women's movement, the movement of persons with disabilities, the movement of women to vote. Human rights have not always come easy when it comes to democracy. And in there, the world decided, or Uganda decided, to come up with an institution that is the watchdog of human rights. Before the coming into force, or before the NRM government came into power, there was wanton disregard of human rights. There was enforced disappearances. People were lumped into boots, cars, and disappeared. People were tortured. People were killed. People were not accounted for. You'd end up in prison without going through the due process of the law. And Ugandans, through the Odar Commission, or others call him Odere Commission, decided to establish an institution. Now, this institution is not just a preserve of Uganda, but the world had come up with a mechanism that would oversee the state. Who can check the state? Civil society can. but maybe doesn't have as much protection as required. Can the state check itself? They said no. So at the international level, they decided to create an institution or institutions called national human rights institutions. These institutions are supposed to be independent of the state, yet they're the watchdog of the state, yet they're supposed to be funded by the state. And so they have a very unique placing, and that explains the Human Rights Commission. So the Human Rights Commission is an offshoot of turmoil in Uganda. Oh, okay. You know, when you're speaking, I was told... Okay, this is what I was explaining about. Between 1962 and 1986, Ugandans had suffered human rights violations. So in 1974, a commission of inquiry was established by Idi Amin. It was just, you know, just to hoodwink Ugandans. It didn't amount to anything. In 1986, that is when we had the Odera Commission, and that is a famous Odera Commission, and they decided to go around the country to find out what is it, what happened. There's a big red book that explains how many people disappeared, how many people were killed, others are not accounted for. You remember Serena Hotel was a torture chamber, and many others, wanton disregard of human rights. And all this is about constitutionalism and the rule of law. But you see that human rights is at the center. So then when Odar went around and collected this report, they gave us what had happened: defilement, rape. The president or a minister would just look at a pretty lady and say, I want you for a night or an evening. There was, politicians were disappearing, religious leaders were being killed, and all that. And so out of that, they decided that we need to establish an institution. We need to put it within the constitution. And that is the birth of the Uganda Human Rights Commission that came into force in 1995 constitution and started in 1996. This institution is supposed to be the watchdog of the state. This institution, among all the institutions that government has the biggest mandate. It has the mandate of a court of law. It has a mandate of ministries because it addresses all human rights. It deals with water, it deals with climate change, it deals with women, it deals with children, it deals with older persons, it deals with issues of torture, it deals with, it is an institution that is supposed to oversee what government does, advise government, check government, but it's also supposed to work with government. And that makes it very complicated. So the mandate is wide. Now, within this mandate, it has a mandate to receive complaints. It investigates complaints, and anyone can report to the commission if a violation has occurred. They're supposed to visit places of detention, okay? We're supposed to conduct research, education, and information, and that's why we had to partner with CCG. We are supposed to recommend to review bills before Parliament and recommend good laws before Parliament. We are supposed to teach and sensitize. Look at this one, Article 52.1. To create and sustain within society the awareness of the provision of the Constitution. And the Commission is supposed to teach Ugandans and empower them on how to defend the Constitution. It is in the Constitution. How do we empower? How do Ugandans, the Gen Zs, how do you protect the Constitution? Do you take to the streets? Do you write an article? Do you say something to your member of parliament? How do you speak about your rights? How do you claim your rights? Should you or do you wait for rights to be given to you? Do you wait for roads to be built for you? Do you wait for water to come to your village? Do you wait for the prices to just come down because you are waiting for someone to do it? Human rights have to be demanded for. They don't always come on a silver platter, unfortunately. The same constitution, we're supposed to educate and encourage the public to defend the constitution at all times against all forms of violations and abuse. How powerful is that? And that is why CCG says, you have a mandate. You have to join us in telling the youth that, in encouraging the youth to defend their constitution. Has any of you seen the constitution? Does any of you possess a constitution? You have? Other than your Quran and Bible, The other document that you have is the Constitution, because sometimes we talk about constitutionalism, rule of law, human rights. You do not even know where to start. Well, you may start from the Constitution. And all the other, we're supposed to monitor government's compliance with human rights standards. Because Uganda ratifies and signs off treaties, which you may call international laws. When we ratify these instruments, we are bound by these instruments. So these instruments are supposed to protect, whether it's the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. You should not torture, you should not kill. People have freedom of assembly, people have freedom of association, freedom, all those freedoms. When it comes to CEDAW, okay? Rights of women, can you triangulate them? Can you articulate them? All these instruments that we sign, Uganda is bound by them, and we bring them and we put them in our national laws. And the people who have to claim them, who we think are going to be our next leaders, are oblivious, and they don't know about many of these legislations. So, for you to be able to claim rights, for you to start speaking about democracy, rule of law, and human rights, you have to actually know the law. You have to actually know what is required, what are the rules, what are the laws in Uganda. It doesn't need to, you don't have to be a lawyer to know the law. The law is for everyone. So please make it a point to know, when we talk about rule of law, what laws are you being governed with? Because you talk about rule of law, constitutionalism, but you have never even read the Constitution. What does Article 1 of the Constitution say? Are we together? So if we are saying these things, let them become our reality. Okay, back to the mandate of the Commission. There is this picture that shows how this institution works. It is called the National Human Rights Commission. It's supposed to be the heart. These institutions, it's not only in Uganda, every state has it. They're supposed to be the heart of the state. They are with the state, but not the state. So they are called, many times they're looked at as against the state. That's why UPDF and police always say human rights is against us. We are not against them. But we are the oversight, so excesses have to be pointed out. So we're supposed to monitor the executive, and that executive means ministries, departments, and all agencies, including security agencies. We are supposed to monitor Parliament and advise Parliament. And then we are supposed to report to Parliament because we have the voice of the people. Then we're supposed to work with civil society, cooperate with them, and consult them. And they should consult us. And we have to work with the judiciary, where we refer cases, and also act as amicus curiae, which simply means friends of court. And we're supposed to be in the middle, neutral, independent, autonomous. But we have to be able to do our work. The commission within the Constitution is given the biggest mandate, bigger than any ministry, agency, or department. And because for he who is given so much power, so much is demanded for. That is why people demand human rights, give us this. The women are screaming human rights, persons with disabilities are screaming human rights, oil and gas, people have been evicted, human rights, hunger in Karamoja, human rights. Until you feel torture, people are disappearing, people are being tortured, prisons, and before you know it, it is a roller coaster for this institution. Because it has a big mandate, prices of fuel are up, that is human rights. The road potholes, that is human rights. So, for him who is given so much power, so much responsibility, and so much is demanded from them. And that is where we come in. Where we feel sometimes we are not understood, we are not appreciated, but on a daily, people are on the move, okay? And that is where people are angry with the Human Rights Commission, because the Constitution told them, this is the one to solve their problems. But can we do it alone? What about if we work with you to help us, to work with us, because Uganda belongs to all of us. The Commission has a lot of powers, okay? They have powers of court to summon any person and conduct investigation into anything that we feel that is addresses human rights. We have power to question any person in regard to a subject matter we're investigating. We have powers to order you to disclose any information. We have powers to commit persons for contempt of our orders, that means arresting. We have powers to release people who are restricted in places of detention illegally. We have powers to compensate payment and provide any other judicial remedy that we may feel is relevant. And under these powers, when we talk about any other legal remedy, that is so broad. The commission can do anything within the scope of any judicial remedy, and does that. So we have a tribunal. The commission has a tribunal. The tribunal is like a court that hears matters or cases of human rights, and the processes are like those of a court of law. The appeals lie with the High Court, but then you don't need a lawyer when you're coming to the commission. You find us lawyers there. You'll be represented. You will, even the transport refund, we give you transport refund because majority of the people who come to us are indigent. The poor come to us. The rich do not come to the commission because they can get a very fancy lawyer to represent them. For us, usually we attend to the poor, but also people in conflict with the law are usually poor. When I go to prisons has over 7,000 men. Majority are men. And so when women complain that there are no men, they are there. They are only that they are in prisons, they're in the coolers. So we go there and there is a sea of men. You go to Luzira, it is full to capacity. And because there are so many men, and please make sure you're not in the conflict with the law, because the next time I see you, you'll be kneeling for me. They kneel and greet you. And these prisons, because they are very important, once you're locked up, no one can access you. No one can know whether you eat or drink, and you have no one to report to. The only few people that are allowed in are the few people of the Human Rights Commission who you get to talk to so that you interface with the outside world. All that you see are the skies, because even the trees are not there in prisons. Once they lock you up in Luzira, Chitaria, other than the flowers, the rest you only see the sky. So we are supposed to make sure that these inmates who only rely on their warders, the prison warders, are protected. So this tribunal helps us to hear cases, but it has limitations. The limitation we don't, no, I think it's ahead, yeah? Before I go into the limitations. These are the stages of receiving complaints. We receive, we register, we refer, we investigate, we mediate. The tribunal, even after at the tribunal level, we can still mediate. The limitations of the commission and Article 53 of the Constitution, we don't handle any matter that is before a court of law or judicial tribunal. We don't handle any matter involving why? Why don't we handle a matter before a judicial court of law or tribunal? There's something we call double jeopardy. You can't have the same matter, same facts, same issues that before two different courts, okay? Then the other cases that we don't handle matters involving dealings between government of Uganda and foreign states. We have situations where people report and say, oh, I was tortured in maybe Rwanda or here or there. We don't interfere with that because those are interstate matters. Government has to address those issues with the other foreign governments. We don't handle any matter that relates to prerogative of mercy. The president, once you are sentenced to death, is the last person to give you that mercy where he can pardon you. We don't handle that. And we also don't handle matter that happened before we came into existence. That is before 8th October 1995. Now, matters that occurred 5 years, this one is administrative, where you do not report a matter within 5 years, we also don't handle, because usually we have found that evidence has been lost and we can't proceed with such cases. We have a structure that I will not speak to, but then I want to conclude by talking about what a chilling story the commission looks like. What our people look like. And I've said that their eyes are usually filled with sadness. They are strained smiles unsuccessfully trying to blanket off the pain they feel. We get complainants and they are like, they try to smile. By the time they come to us, all has been lost. They are almost desperate, exuding a certain level of vulnerability due to frustration from long struggles of elusive justice. And this that I have written, number 2, is what pushed me to human rights. I had a job in the judiciary. I was a magistrate. I jumped out. I was also drafting laws in parliament. You know, our days before you Gen Zs, there were jobs. I went to Parliament, I had a job, I was drafting laws, and every day I'm sitting, no person shall, any person who, because every word in law means something. It can mean three interpretations or four, and every time you're trying to find out, you spend a day or two on two sentences, just trying to internalize and understand how many meanings come out of this. How boring. So you're stuck in a pile of papers. Then I go and I go to the judiciary, I sit my interview, and I'm sent deep down in Nakasongola, when there were just trees and banana fibers. It was the first time, banana trees. Then they said, Omulamuzi, what were the Wogendo Kusula? Like a house was, I was like, what? I am Namagunga Gayaza, what is this? And there is no lock, there is a jerrycan that I have to push. And then in the morning they said, the cases I'm hearing, and the Kabuzi, I'm like, what is this? It was crazy, I was miserable, but I was like, what am I doing? Is this what, did I go to law school? You know, when you're in law school, you're like, I'm going to get money, it is this, my friend, far from it. So I find a way of getting onto the bus and get to Kampala, the taxi. And then I come and I first chill the registrar, like, you're not on duty, da, da, da. And there's a advert, I go to commission, like trying to find my way. You know how disorganized you can be when you're young? And I'm like, the hair now, the growth, you know, man, that place was rural. Hey, there were no roads. There were no roads, it was dusty, you know, everything. I had to walk over where to get to the taxi. Anyway. And then I get this job. They give me two jobs, investigator and legal officer. So, and legal, they called it legal research assistant legal. So they give it to, and they said, start next week. So I tell the registrar, I am going for leave. They said, but you've just stated you can't be going for leave in court. So now I'm having how many jobs? Good. So, and then I get to the commission. The first day the man comes in, and they have told us, they have, you know, they took us through training. Then the first man who came, I'm seated there, hello, you're welcome, with my youthful smile. I was small. Then he's crying. And then he tells me, Madam, I am in pain. I'm like, what is it, Mose? But he was smelling. And we are supposed to keep a straight face without showing. You're like, and so, these ones, my face was like this. And so, I bent down to bring out a piece of paper. And when I look up, the man was stark naked. He pulled a tunic like this, and his manhood, there had been a condom he had put there, he pulled it out, the stench filled like a room. I was like, what? I was still innocent. I'm seeing a 70-year-old. I'm like, what is this now? And that started off my journey of human rights protection. As a youth, I said, I have to do something. I will change the world. And somehow that week, the stories that came and the issues that I handled just got me stuck. I forgot about the money. And I concentrated on what? Human rights. The people in the Human Rights Commission, majority, we don't have money, that is for sure. They are very humble people, but they will follow up your case. They are relentless. Unknown to the public. You never know what is out there until you're in trouble. Then you'll appreciate them. It is easy to sit on Twitter and you abuse us. And we're like, we shall wait for you. When you're in trouble, guess who you run to? So, more often than not, they are people of humble means. Majority of the people in prisons will always tell you they're either semi-illiterate or their levels of literacy have not gone so far. Of course, they are doctors and professors, but those are not so many. So majority of the people who come to us are of humble beginnings. One can almost feel the sense of urgency and despair, but also the glimmer of their last hope as they pour out their hearts to recount the usually gross tales of human rights violations that they or their loved ones have suffered. You see them panicking. They want a solution immediately. The pain that I have seen on men's faces and women's faces, the agony and the hope you're like Jesus Christ for them. So by the time they come to us, they're in despair. So these are the typical clients of the HRC, vulnerable people who need special consideration and protection to enable them take on the usually powerful violators, because they can't take on the mighty, the powerful, and neither can the lawyers. Even when the lawyers fail in practice, they eat their money and then usher them to the commission, because they know that they can't handle many of these cases. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. The fight against human rights violations and injustices for us all, and I thank CCG for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. That's quite a moving one. I actually didn't want you to stop. I thought the story was still continuing. The experiences are chilling, actually, really, really chilling. But thank you. We do. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, members. I just want to add that the mandate to promote the Constitution, teaching of the Constitution, belongs to the Uganda Human Rights Commission in our Constitution. Civil society, by nature, play a contributory role to the work of government. And for purposes of this program, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Human Rights Commission, and you'll be seeing us with them because it's a shared mandate. It's their original mandate, so we will work together the journey of promoting constitutionalism in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Brandon Kintu. Honorable, you're most welcome. Honorable Kintu is the spokesperson of the NRM caucus. We do appreciate you for making time here. We should be having some good insights from you in the course of the day. And I've also been informed that our chief guest will be coming. He's still a little held up, but he's promised that he will be with us. So don't lose heart, don't lose hope. He will be coming here. But in the meantime, as we wait for him, we shall continue with our normal programming until he arrives. Next item on our program, we would like to hear an experience from one of the most incredible young leaders of your time. I'm talking about none other than His Worship, Abubakar Matanda, who will be coming to share his experiences about the impact of the CCG, University Hope Initiative Students Program. Your Worship, the floor is yours. You're most welcome.
I'm looking for a space where I'm able to see everyone. The cameras prefer here. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? You will allow me stand on the protocol that has already been established, but I can't start without thanking the Honorable Commissioner for starting us off with what the moderator called a chilling story. Thank you very much for laying the foundation. I am privileged this morning to be home. Where you're seated, I sat 12 years ago. Yes, I'm that old. 12 years ago, I was seated where you're seated as a university student at the Islamic University in Uganda. Unlike some colleagues I've heard from you who are from Kampala campus and the females campus, I was coming from Bale. And my duty this morning is simple. It is for me to share my experience of how that went and how it is going, definitely. My name is Matanda Abubakar. I am a magistrate, grade 1 in the Ugandan judiciary. And so when the Honorable Commissioner was talking about village deployments, she mentioned Nakasongola. Nakasongola is just here. So I was wondering, I am at Chibuku in the eastern part of Uganda, and yes, it can get further than that. And to build on her account, there are also times, there are some cases that come before me, and I ask myself, you know, with my masters, am I not wasting it on this case? One of the very first files I handled after appointment was a case where a brother was accusing another because the brother's turkey had eaten his beans. One turkey had eaten his beans. And so I was not sure whether I'm in the right place. And then I picked the next file, a criminal file of theft. And it was a case of theft of 6 tubers of cassava, valued at Uganda shillings 15,000. And so I said, can I give this gentleman the 15,000? And we closed the file. But after about a week, I had, I think we call it an epiphany, a change of mind. I realized that the reason why I was having issues with these cases, first and foremost, I was looking at them in terms of commercial value, which is not actually the issue. Secondly, I was assessing this value based on my position, an advocate of the High Court, who has been here as a member of these Hope Initiative programs and have moved the whole country and has traveled the world. Yet the people I had been sent to serve, to them these 6 tubers of cassava is everything. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the story of a majority of Ugandans. And so I reflected back on the learning that I had got from the Hope Initiative and realized that actually these were the people I was there to serve. So currently, my view about the value of cases and how I look at them has changed. I try to look at these cases from the perspective of the people before me, and behind each of those files, there are always very many stories. And if that case goes unresolved, the next time you may have a dead body, a murder, or a person who has suffered grievous harm. Now, I came here to tell you my story. So in 2011, I joined law school at the Islamic University in Uganda. Up until that time, I really didn't know anything about the Constitution. For some reason, while I was in high school, whereas we had the Peace and Human Rights Club, which I think was still a project of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, I was at Shibuli SS. The conversations in that club didn't have so much to do with the Constitution. So I joined the university, and I had already purposed, the seed of leadership was already within, and I had become a class coordinator. I was on the committee of campus affairs, but I was really inward looking, like I was looking at the issues on campus, the cleanliness of the campus, our rights as students, whether we have seats or not, which lecturer has not come. And then that is when I came across the Hope Initiative. The university were visited by a delegation from Center for Constitutional Governance. I think it was Damian, Masesa, and Brian who came, and they told us about the Hope Initiative. So in the initial meetings we had, they introduced the idea, we debated it, they gave us a draft of a constitution that we debated and adopted. And from the conversations we had, there are things that were spurred within me. And like they said, the rest is history. The first that happened to me was a change of view about how I look at leadership. Up until that point, like I've told you, I was looking at myself as just a player on the campus scene. The club opened my eyes to national issues. And the club opened my eyes to seeking to use the platform of leadership within the university, but to stand on it and offer national leadership. And so what happened is that eventually, as some of you might have heard, I ended up running to become the guild president, which I became, and eventually ended up becoming the national students leader in the Uganda National Students Association, UNSA, as president. But I can tell you that by the time I ran for guild president, by the time I ran for UNSA president, my perspective of leadership had already been turned upside down. There is a gentleman called Andrew Karamaji. Anyone knows him? Vaishova? Yes. One of the speakers we had in our engagements, that particular engagement I think was in Lira. One of the facilitators was Andrew Karamaji. Andrew Karamaji made a presentation. And by the time he finished, the seed of activism within me, because up until that point I think I had appreciated leadership, yes, but the seed of activism within me was still docile. I was just happy with, whatever is happening, that's life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I'm telling you that after the conversations with Andrew and other facilitators, but I highlight Andrew because for me, I think he raised the anger levels within me to demand for better, to work for better, and to understand, like Honorable Sechindi said, that rights are not offered to you on a silver platter. And I can tell you that must have been 2014. But 10 years later, the restlessness for wanting better and seeking better that was spurred within me in real at that time, I'm still eating on it. Because I can assure you that through all the deployments I've gone through, the approach I employ to leadership, to work, to the spaces where some of you might have seen me, has a certain level of activism. Even now as a judicial officer, because as a judicial officer, you must be aware that, your levels of expression have to be curtailed, your levels of socialization have to be curtailed. But even then, the seed of activism that was spurred at that time still lives. So what I've said so far to you is that the place where you are is a place where you're going to be inspired to offer leadership and transformative leadership. And number two is a place where you're going to be inspired to have activism, to know that you deserve better and your community deserves better. On the handle criminal cases, and then do a lot of administrative work, clearing backlog, writing rulings and judgments. So now a colleague called and asked, Your Worship, there is a civil debtor. So when you have a debt under our laws, it is possible that you can be sued, and if there is no money to attach on the account, there is no property to attach, which is the story of the Ugandans are already described for you. The last option is to have you arrested and committed to civil prison. We call it the civil prison, but it's the very prison. that also has. So His Worship asked me that there is this civil debtor whom I committed to prison, but now the man has been paid. But we are in court vacation, where we don't handle civil cases unless they are certified urgent. So what do I do? Can I handle this file, or do I wait for 15th August? What do you think was my answer to him? Handle the file in court vacation? That's the question. I am telling you the answer I gave him did not come from what I studied in law school or at LDC. It came from my activities in Hope Initiative. I told him, Your Worship, have you addressed your mind to Article 23 of our Constitution? The right to liberty is not something that can be restricted by a court vacation. Someone had a debt, they were committed to prison. They have paid the debt, and you restrain their civil liberty up to the 15th August because of a court vacation? Of course you can't. It doesn't matter what the court vacation rules say. Here the Constitution is speaking. So as a judicial officer, you have the discretion to certify a file as being urgent and therefore handle it in a court vacation. And in my view, there is nothing more urgent than a constitutional right, like the right to liberty. So I'm giving you that story to tell you that the values that we pick from this, we picked, because for me I picked them, and I hope you will do. The values that you pick are going to follow you wherever you go. The activism that was inspired within me, I do not have to be an activist on the street, but wherever I am, as a judicial officer, as a commissioner at the Human Rights Commission, even as a teacher in a classroom, as a lecturer, wherever you are, what this program does is for you to realize that we have a constitution and we have a mandate as the citizens to understand our constitution and to live by its values and ethos. Now, the Hope Initiative also did something else for me. I see, who is a Gen Z? No, what I mean, what does being a Gen Z mean? 1997? So I don't qualify. Yes. So, but if it is 97, then I suspect that most of you must have heard about WBS TV. Yes? Anyone watched Straka? So I want to tell you that the other thing that the Hope Initiative Club and this university program did for us was to give us a platform to show our talents. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time I appeared on TV was in an inter-university interface debate under this program, and that was on WBS. You may want to clap, you know, if you want to appear on TV. I appeared not with this tracker, but in an interface debate. And I'm telling you, for you now, because technology has now given us platforms, through your phone, you can turn your phone into a TV. But I'm telling you, 10 years ago, what we are doing now is not possible. You could not just go on your TikTok and turn on a live feed and address the world. For you to address the world, you had to go through certain things. And this platform enabled us to appear on WBS, which I was telling the executive director as I was coming here. I don't know whether it informed the choice of the venue, but where NBS now is where WBS was. There was a very nice auditorium where we had these debates. And when I look around, the people, because all the universities I've had here were also represented that time. But everyone I debated with from the various universities, as we speak today, all these are very influential young people in different spheres of life wherever they are. I don't know if we have some foreigners here. Cavendish International University of East Africa. You know that Kansanga Road used to bring us some international people. And so they would be represented. There are colleagues like Johnson from Nigeria, who also in Nigeria is actually doing great work. So what this platform did for us was to give us an opportunity to showcase our talents. There is a group of young people who do their comedy through, actually a young person. He has other people, but my target is on him. There's a gentleman who does his skits through singing songs he calls, is it Oluyongono? Who has seen that young man? Hey, you people don't know Oluyongono. Okay, there's a significant number. This boy sings things that you can understand, but in a language you don't know. But somehow you understand. Now, what this platform did for me, and every time I see him, I shudder. I actually competed with that young man in presenting a play. I wrote a play, organized the colleagues, and we acted it. And we were representing IU, and from Makerere University, which has a department of MDD, was that young man. Of course, you can guess the results. I don't know what I was doing on that stage. But of course, they defeated us properly. And I see now, every time I see him, and by the way, what is his name? What is their name? Because I think those of you who have not seen their work, you should look for their work. Because they're actually doing activism. What is the name? Yes. They are called the Tombetos. Yes, so please you search for the Tombetos. And the work of this platform is there because we competed with them. They participated in this interface. Now they're actually nationally celebrated comedians, but whose work is not just comedy. It has a twist of actually activism of improving our country. But you can imagine, even at that time, I had to wear very many hats of going beyond just debating in the interface debates and also going into writing a play and even acting the play. So please, if you have any talent, whether you can write a poem or sing a song or act on stage or do a comedy skit, please you bring those talents closer. Because the interfaces are not just about talking. They're also about acting and showcasing creativity. As I move towards the end, I also want to name something else that we benefited from this platform. That was being opened up to limitless networks. This morning when I entered this room, a majority of your faces are actually not familiar. I haven't met many of you. But I was shocked that the people I have not met actually were able to recognize me. So there is one who asked for my contact and he was not sure whether his worship can share the contact. So I told him his worship can't share, but Matanda can share with a member of this platform. So after I gave him the number, I told him my name is Matanda Beck. He said, no. I know you very well. I've been following you in the debates, through your leadership, legacy, through your moderation of the youth roundtable on Civic Space TV. I can tell you there is no part of this country, there is no district in Uganda where I can go and get stranded. From Chisoro to Arua to Nabiratuk to Madiokolo. Some of you don't know that these are districts. Don't worry, you're here, you're going to know. Because I know that you are going to move in this country and you're going to meet and interface with people from the whole country. What that does, may have talked about being stranded, which is personal. But beyond that is that you have a platform to engage at the national level, at the regional level. So for me, the closest friends I have, the people with whom I engage, are actually people whom I've met through these spaces. In 2020, I offered myself, that time I was still political, I'm now apolitical. But in 2020 I was political. I offered myself to run for chairperson of the National Youth Council. And one of my opponents was Jacob Beyeru, who is the chairperson of the National Youth Council. Now, I had debated Jacob Beyeru. He would be on the debate team from Makerere University, and I would be on the debate team from IUIU. And he defeated me in all the debates where we met. Recently, I asked him that we need to organize one debate for me just to prove to him that things have now changed. But we were running for chairperson of National Youth Council, and one of my opponents was Jacob Beyeru. And what was interesting that every evening, I would either call Jacob or he would call me. And then we share notes. Where have you been today? How is it going? Do you see how hot the ground is? Of course, Jacob is in the NRM, and I did not have very kind words for the NRM. And so we moved at a particular point where some of us were unceremoniously removed because of unconstitutional practices, but now I'm apolitical. So, and Jacob eventually became the chairperson of the National Youth Council. But I can tell you that the network that we have built over the last decade in different spaces, because now I can see that we have people in parliament, we have people in the judiciary, we have people in the executive, and for me, these are people who have the seed, or seeds, if you will, of constitutionalism within them. So the hope that gives me is that if all of us can widen this network and build a critical mass of people who understand, appreciate, and respect the Constitution, then maybe, and just maybe, we can be able to change the story of our country. I expected a hand clap for that. And so I'm inviting you, because you're already in this space, but I'm inviting you to a very big network. And part of the pain I've been nursing was that I was no longer hearing about these clubs. And one time I asked a colleague, if CCG has failed to run this program, can't we, as alumni, coalesce and restart this program? I am very happy to be standing here today when we are talking about the launch of season 4 of this program. Finally, I want to talk about constitutionalism. I am a believer 110% in constitutionalism and the rule of law. I believe that many of the challenges we have, a lot of the human suffering that we see, could easily be resolved if we are constitutionalists. And the pain I nurse in our country is that we do not have enough constitutionalists. You see, you can have a constitution, you can even have constitutional values, But a constitution is only as good as how many constitutionalists abide by it. So we have a very good constitution. Kenya right now, I think, prides in having a better constitution, but that's a recent story as late as 2010. Before that, our constitution has been the most celebrated in the region. So maybe if now people are talking about the constitution of Kenya, we need to ask ourselves whether we are improving and building on where we started, or we are retrogressing. But even with all its challenges, we have a good constitution. The challenge is that the goodness of the constitution does not matter if the people to whom this constitution applies do not understand it, and even when they do not respect it. And so the work that we are charging you with, that some of us have already started on, is to say, number one, please take time and understand your constitution. Know your constitution. And the constitution, even when we are emphasizing human rights, does not only have chapter 4, which talks of fundamental rights and freedoms. When we talk about the constitution, it stretches to other areas, understanding the mandate of parliament, understanding the mandate of the judiciary, understanding the mandate of the executive, understanding your duties as a citizen. And so the first cohort I expect to excel in that is you, the people who are here. But after you have done that, it's not even enough. You have to then recruit the people in your family, the people in your old schools associations, the people in all those WhatsApp groups where you are. I look forward to a time when we shall have street preachers of constitutionalism. Because I believe in as much as we preach the Quran and the Bible, I think that we need to have some of you who can sit in a taxi and say, Aboluganda mbalamusiza. Mujebaleko. Obubaka bwenina leero bukwatagana ku ssemateeka waffe. Obadde okimanyi nti omusirikale bw'ajja okukwata alina okweyanjula gy'oli n'akubulira n'ensonga lwaki akukutte. Obadde okimanyi nti bwe baba bakwata nti bwe baba bakwata olina eddembe okutegeeza looyawo, okutegeeza abafamireyo, okutegeera gye bakutwala. There I'm only talking about rights of an accused person. But there are so many others. I realize that many of us, even university graduates, I'm now a magistrate. I believe in this room, there could be someone who does not know the difference between a magistrate, a state attorney, a prosecutor. Huh? Yes. A judge. Huh? A state attorney under the Attorney General's chambers, and a state attorney under the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I know you are the sinners in that line. So yet, all these things are covered in our constitution and law. So you can take it upon yourself in that taxi, like I've mentioned, to just explain to people to know. When someone refuses to pay my money, do I go to police? When I'm a girl child and I've been denied a share in the estate of my father, where do I go? Do I go to the Attorney General? These are basic facts. I've talked about a taxi, but I want you to think beyond. You have phones, you're on TikTok, you're on Twitter, you're on Facebook, you are in various WhatsApp groups. So all we are doing here is to try and build an army, not of arms, but an army of constitutionalists. And I'm here to encourage you as your big brother that for about a decade we have been building this network. We have benefited from the network, and we are seeking to grow it such that we can have impact. I've said whatever I've said for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Have you learned something from him? Have you? I've actually learned a lot. And there's actually, what he's actually sharing with us is his experience here. But like he said, the Hope Initiative is a platform for you guys. Make the most of these opportunities. Well, some of us didn't have these kinds of opportunities when we were actually in school or when we were growing up. And I still believe we could have actually gone very, very far had we had these kinds of opportunities. So you are a privileged generation. You are a privileged lot. Make the most out of this. It will take you places. And one thing I noticed, you're also sitting in your own groups, this university, that university. When you come to spaces like this, break away from those kinds of groups. There's so much learning that you're going to get from someone that you don't know. Break off. Just say hello. Who are you? I mean, where do you come from? Have these small icebreakers and small conversations. You just never know the person on the next table and what your journey is going to look like 10 years from now. You just cannot tell. So make the most out of these gatherings. Break off from your cocoons. Get to network. Get to meet other people, okay? And have other thought-provoking conversations. Thank you once again, Your Worship. May I now invite our keynote speaker, Professor Mwambusia Ndebesa. I had seen, yes, Professor is over there. You watch Professor. Professor is a very, very good, one of the best brains also, I'll say, in our political commentaries in this country. If you follow him on social media, you follow his engagements on Civic Space TV, and in the mainstream media, you will learn a thing or two, or maybe even 10 things from him. I am an ardent follower and a great admirer of Professor. I wish I could have just 10% of his brain and insights. I think I'd be a much better person. Professor, you're most welcome. The floor is yours. They say, Professor, the cameras want us to stand in front of this banner. So stand right here, somewhere here. But someone can help you. No, so he can help you. Can you help him? You want to see? This is yours. Okay.
It can't reach you. Yes. It's not moving. Can it move? It has jammed. But I can't read. How to read? No. But how do I read when the audience is this side? Like this? I think. Yeah, morning everybody. Mwambusia Ndebesa is my name and I'm from East Africa. I may not have the zeal and passion and the voice of the previous speaker, who is supposed to have had the privilege of talking on WBS, which was next year. I can see the generations are completely different. Because me, I first went on WBS when it was in town there. I think Ginger Road or something like that. But before that, I had been on UTV when there was no WBS. So it must be long ago. So I'm very happy to stand before you, young people, and we share ideas about building a nation, because I have always said whenever I have had the opportunity to speak in public that Uganda is still largely a geographical expression. As Metternich would put it, it's not yet a nation state. The British created Uganda as a hardware. We are yet to have Uganda complete with a software and a hardware. And through such engagements, we hope that we shall have a software, and within the hardware that was created by the British, and we have a complete functioning computer. Otherwise, we still have a non-functioning computer because our software is still malfunctioning. So I have a few slides to share with you, just 6 of them, so I will not bore you much about the role of the university students in promoting constitutionalism in Uganda and good governance. And I will start here by way of introduction that Uganda is a republic, which sounds redundant. It sounds a redundant statement because we take it for granted that Uganda is a republic. At least by the constitution, Uganda is a republic. Actually, not only this constitution, but even the previous one since 19 when? I will be asking you some questions, don't mind, because I'm a teacher. In order to have full engagement, I'll be asking questions in order to understand whether we are all on the same page as participants here or as Ugandans, and whether we have a constitutional mind. So Uganda was declared a republic some time back, but let me come back to that later. It sounds redundant, but it is pregnant with meanings. A republic, as some scholar defines it, means a common position of all citizens. A republic is not a possession of one individual person or a particular party or a particular group of people. So Uganda is a republic. You know that we are in a republic, and it's not a possession of any one individual or a party or a group of people from a certain region or whatever. It is a republic. That's what it stands for. So next time, don't be challenged and you start shaking when somebody claims to own Uganda. Uganda is a republic, and it is possessed by all of us. In a republic, the state is a common possession of all citizens. And in a republic, people are expected to be citizens and not subjects. There is a difference between a citizen and a subject. And we are in a republic, and therefore we are citizens, or we are expected to be citizens. You know, a subject will be confronted by somebody in the government and he starts shaking even when he has no case because somebody is in the government. Even if somebody is in the government, you are a citizen. You are not a subject. You are a shareholder in this state of Uganda. Therefore, nobody should claim to be superior because he or she occupies a certain position in Uganda. And in a republic, people therefore, in a republic, there is expected to be a constitutional order. There is supposed to be a constitutional order, and nobody is supposed to be above the constitution. We are all equal before the constitution. In a republic, citizens qualify to be citizens because they are engaged in public affairs that concern them and their fellow citizens. Some of us in Uganda are subjects because we do not participate in public affairs. And I have heard the previous speakers encouraging all of us here to participate in public affairs, more so a university student. A university student who is supposed to have a universal mind. A university student who has the privilege of being knowledgeable. A university student who sometimes goes up country and is admired as almost a tourist. and he is not participating in public affairs, he is still a subject, not a citizen, that is unacceptable. Where had I reached? Let's engage in some political constitutional definitions here. Just simple definitions, not completely. What is a constitution? A constitution is a body of fundamental principles of governance that defines how a country should be governed, and others have defined it as a set of fundamental principles and laws that guide how a country is governed and spells out the rights of citizens. And yet others define it as the basic and fundamental principles and laws of governance. Then what is constitutional governance? Some scholars define constitutional governance as a system of government in which powers of the rulers or the governors are limited or are bounded by a constitutional bylaws. What then is constitutionalism? I heard people had already talked about constitutionalism is conforming or adhering to the norms, principles, and laws set by the Constitution. In other words, constitutionalism is behavior, is a practice, is not just knowing the Constitution. It is one thing to know the Constitution, to have even all the articles and remember them and cram them. It is another to practice them. You may find somebody with a PhD or master's in constitutions and even constitutional rights, but is violating the rights. You have to translate from the head to the heart. Knowing alone is not enough. You must have the heart of practicing what you know. Otherwise, I think you have seen doctors who smoke. It is not because they don't know that smoking can bring cancer. You have seen priests who practices it, pedophilia or something like that. It is not that they don't know that will take them to hell. It is that you have to translate from the head to the heart. So, ladies and gentlemen, participants here, knowing the Constitution is important, but not enough. You also have to translate to the heart, have the norm, the beliefs, the values of the Constitution, which is constitutionalism. So preaching the Constitution and preaching is good, but is not enough. Are we together? So your role now as students will be to make sure that the citizens of Uganda translate from the head to the heart. Constitutionalism is also a belief and culture of norms and principles of the Constitution. That's what I was explaining. By the way, how many constitutions has Uganda had since independence? And on which date was the current constitution adopted? How many constitutions? I want to know, by show of hands, how many know how many constitutions we have had in Uganda since independence in 1962? Hey, silence means you are not following, or you don't want to show your ignorance. Or I don't want to ask you. I want to see the hands. How many constitutions have we had since independence in 1962? Hey, only 3 of us know how many constitutions we have had. Then that means we have a problem of constitutionalism. If we don't know how many constitutions we have had since independence. Anyway, I will tell you that there are 4, but yet there is another question along with that one where I want to find out how constitutional we are. On which date was this current constitution, the 1995 constitution, adopted? On which date? 1, A. Where are the others? 2, 3. You see that we know the Constitution now. But it is not only your fault that you don't know. It's because the country is also not promoting it. Because in other countries, the date on which their constitutions were adopted is a public holiday. A public holiday to make people know, at least remember and reflect on the constitution. Even the constitutional square, which is supposed to be a place where we would meet, discuss the constitution, is now barricaded. You see, even spaces, by the physical spaces, are important in promoting democracy and the constitution. In Makerere University, there used to be Freedom Square, a place where people would go and exercise their rights of talking and discussing. Now it has been cordoned off. If you go there and the police comes, you have nowhere to escape because it has been cordoned off. It is no longer a Freedom Square. So now we don't know when the constitution was adopted. So anyway, we have had 4 constitutions, and I think this constitution was adopted on the 8th of October, 1995. I hope I've not got it wrong. It is correct among other reasons because I participated in the making of this constitution 1995 as a researcher, not as a CA delegate. And some of the articles which are there were through some of our influence. And some people have heard them express ignorance about why they were there. Among them, I can tell you, there are people who are saying age limit was put there by the NRM. It was me. As a researcher, I sent a note to the late Mayombo, and he's the one who introduced it. Because I had had experience of President Bojiba of Tunisia, who became senile while he was still in office. He would appoint a minister, and tomorrow the minister comes to his office and says, "You gentlemen, what have you come to do here? We have come to talk about finances. Who told you that I should talk with you?" Until he was removed by his vice president. But I had also talked about it. It was even reported in the New Vision that I am from a kingdom in Uganda which was called Mpororo, which is no longer there. I am a former Mhororo. Our kingdom or our empire disintegrated because the king became senile. He refused to hand over power to his sons. That's some time long ago. And the sons rebelled against him, carved out their different chiefdoms into kingdoms, and the man committed suicide, and the kingdom disappeared, and that's why I'm a former Mhororo. So I told the Mayombo to introduce it there, and actually the age limit, to prove to you that I had some contribution, I have always told people that actually the age limit that was removed was not 75. I don't know how many of you know that it was not 75. What age limit was removed? Was it 75? It was supposed to be roughly 80. I discussed it with Wapakaburo, who was the chairman of CA. We had put 80 actually, and he told us constitutionally you don't draft like that, because you can reach 80 and there is a crisis in the country. He advised us that let's say that the age limit should be for standing, which should be 75, that you cannot stand as the president of Uganda at the age of 75. In other words, you can stand at the age of 74 and 11 months and continue up to the age of 79 and 11 months, more or less 80 years. That's what we had put, and we thought it was reasonable, but it was removed. But anyway, going back to my slides, I mean, how many times has the current constitution been amended? Even me, I don't know. Very many times. Can you imagine? It has been discredited. You just amend a constitution. Is supposed to be a document of principles and rules that should not be tampered with any time and not easily. But our constitution is no longer sacred. It has been amended. How many times? Even me, I don't know. You can imagine, even me, I don't know. But in other countries, they say the second amendment, the 10th amendment, meaning that they continue remembering it. So we don't know. Which constitution is commonly referred to as a pigeonhole constitution? Let me find out also this one. This time I'm going to even ask somebody to mention it. Which constitution in Uganda is commonly called the pigeonhole constitution? Where are the other hands? Huh? Yes, tell us. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear, because the majority of Ugandans, you are clapping for what now? The majority of Ugandans have been saying that the 1967 constitution is a pigeonhole constitution. It is wrong. It is 1966. We have had constitutions, 4 constitutions, 1962, 1966, 1967, 1995. The 1967 constitution was debated for about a month by the then parliament, which constituted itself into a constituent assembly and passed. The one which was found in the pigeonhole as an interim constitution was 1966. But almost 99% of Ugandans still call 67 constitution the pigeonhole constitution. So you can see how constitutionalism we have in Uganda. We don't know how many times it has been changed. We don't know that the pigeonhole was 66 and not 67. And we don't know even when Uganda became a republic. They say it is 66 when it was 67 or something like that. So does the constitution draw much attention to the population in Uganda? Eh? Does it draw much attention? If it does, how come we don't know when it was adopted? We don't know. Not so. We don't celebrate it. It's not a national holiday. No reflection. The constitutional square is barricaded. Now you can see how much attention it draws in Uganda. If it does, how come most people do not know some basic facts about the Ugandan constitution and think 1967 constitution is a pigeonhole constitution? What is good governance? Good governance is adhering the principles, laws, rules, processes, and procedures laid down that the country or the people lay down. I hasten to add and getting, and also it's not about adhering and knowing, but getting sanctioned when you break those rules laid down. It is not enough to have rules in place, you must follow them. So I thought we would have some conversation here before I will talk about what you as students now, or former students, immediate students, not like some of us who are players, should be doing to promote the constitution. After knowing that the constitution is necessary in a republic, at least to limit the powers of the government, but also to give responsibilities and rights of the citizens. The 3 core functions of a university are teaching, research, and public engagement, what some people call outreach. Do Uganda's universities qualify in that, for those functions? Or our universities have become glorified secondary schools? Huh? How many carry out research? Of course, there are very many limitations for carrying out research, funds and all that, but that core function is not exercised in Uganda, because in some countries, actually, those universities that don't carry out research are called colleges. They are not called universities. There is a difference between a college and a university. And there is that public engagement. Almost, actually not almost, all universities in Uganda don't qualify in the 3rd function of outreach, of community engagement. And now as university students, you should be fulfilling that third, in addition to the other ones, to that one of public engagement. I am glad to learn, to know that CCG is at least facilitating you to fulfill that third function of public engagement. Hey, you haven't clapped. You have not for me, for CCG, for facilitating you to fulfill that function, the third function, which is public engagement. Do most of our universities in Uganda conform to these core functions? I am afraid not. Do the intellectuals, students and staff fulfill these core functions? I'm afraid they fulfill some, mainly teaching, and not the rest. Today we want to see whether one of the functions, namely community engagement, is being fulfilled by the universities. Particularly in promoting constitutionalism. Are we together? Eh? Are we moving together, or have confused the people? Now let's engage in some concepts here. Organic versus traditional intellectual. Organic intellectuals and traditional intellectuals. Who is an intellectual? You are intellectuals here. You are here. Let's see whether you qualify according to characteristics of intellectuals. Any love of knowledge is an intellectual. Are you lovers of knowledge? Or you are lovers of boyfriends and girlfriends only? Somebody who is thirsty for knowledge. Or you are thirsty for cram work and going to Katanga to buy notes and have your coursework done there. Anyone interested in ideas is an intellectual. Excited by ideas. Anyone interested in challenging established knowledge and conventions is an intellectual. Are you engaged in that critical thinking of challenging established conventions and knowledge? I used to teach the history of Uganda, and I would tell people that the churches never existed. They say, how can you say that? But we have always been told that they existed. And I told them, even if you have always been told, can't you also think for yourself and challenge that convention, that established fact that they introduced long-horned cows? I see long-horned cows among the Dinka, where they were chased in Dinka land. That they introduced iron working. They were supposed to be pastorists. How do pastorists get involved in iron making? That they introduced wrestling. Who cannot wrestle? That they introduced coffee cultivation for what? Have we been drinking coffee until the Bazungu came here? That they introduced iron working. Wasn't there iron working in 4 BC in this region where the Bachus there? Anyway, let me leave that history alone. Only to show you that you need to challenge established knowledge and conventions. And that's when you qualify to be an intellectual. Anyone interested in engaging in exchange of information and ideas is an intellectual. It is my hope that most of you here are academic intellectuals or university intellectuals. True or false? Let me not ask you whether you are not or not. An intellectual is able to think and reflect for himself. Some of you, they think for you. You find these people in political circles telling you something, and then you say, hey, it is that. One time we were in a seminar, and a student was in that seminar, and he was saying that he believes in NRM because he believes in their ideologies. And I said, what are those ideologies? That socio-economic transformation. Is that an ideology? But that is what the ideology believed in, socio-economic transformation. You have to think for yourselves. If you are an intellectual, don't think intellectuals are only at universities. There can even be peasant intellectuals. Have you ever read that book? Yeah, there is somebody who wrote a book, Peasant Intellectuals. I think a Muzungu, but he did it in northern Tanzania. But somebody who is interested in it, he has challenges, established conventions, think for oneself. We are not talking about an academic. That peasant may not be an academic, but he's an intellectual. And an intellectual is able to think and reflect for himself. To be an independent thinker, I urge you to be independent thinkers. You are university students. Yeah? Universal mind, not cocooned mind, not limited mind. And you can't think for yourself. These other people, politicians, think for you. They tell you to go and beat somebody, you go and beat. You can't say, why am I beating this one? You can't be an intellectual if they are going to think for you. Who then is an organic intellectual? We are going back to our definition of these two classes of intellectuals. I'm not the originator of them. It is Gramsci. I don't know how many of you have read Gramsci. Who is there? Anybody? Antonio Gramsci. Who of us? And some think they are Marxists. They start talking the economic base and superstructure. Those who have gone to Chankwanzi. Who is Antonio Gramsci? You have to read also. Because you can't say, I'm an intellectual in this tradition, and they ask you, which books are your references in that area? And you can't mention one book, at least one author, or two in the area of your academic direction. Some think that they are Marxists here. Is there anybody who thinks he's a Marxist and has never had Marx or Antonio Gramsci or Paulo Freire or Walter Rodney? Anyway, let me not go into that direction, but tell you about this gentleman whom I am using. I don't want to claim I'm him. Who then is an organic intellectual? An organic intellectual, according to scholar Antonio Gramsci, is someone, this is an Italian scholar. He wrote in prison notes. He was in prison for 10 years, but he published very many volumes in prison. Unfortunately, he later died after he had just been released. He had been imprisoned by Mussolini. An organic intellectual, according to scholar Gramsci, is someone who uses his high knowledge to challenge the status quo, to challenge privileged status, and to promote social justice and social change. And I know CCG is informed by such a kind of reasoning and tradition. I don't know whether some of you claim that you are facilitated by CCG, but you do not believe, or you are not nurtured in the tradition of those who are against privilege and for social justice. So I was saying an organic intellectual uses his knowledge to raise social consciousness, to resist oppression, discrimination, exploitation, marginalization, domination, exclusion, and privilege. That is an organic intellectual. An organic intellectual promotes social justice, equality, and social political inclusion. An intellectual like you should participate and not be participated. Do you know the difference between participating and being participated? There are some more people, like we have come here, we have registered, and CCG will go and say, when they are accounting, because you have to account to your sponsors, that we had 80 people participating. Are you sure everybody here is participating, or some are being participated? You know, many people go for meetings and conferences and international conferences, and they say they participated when actually they were participated. In Kiswahili, they call it kushirikishwa. So please, when you go for meetings and seminars and participate, don't be participated. And quite often people are participated. Say, are the youth participating in politics in Uganda? Yes. Are you sure you are participating or you are being participated? There is a National Youth Council. Is it there? If it was not there, what would you miss? What would you have missed if it was not there? Would people actually start talking that night that the National Council, the National Youth Council has been removed? That, oh, and people would cry and go for vigils that it has been removed. Huh? I hope you are not participated as a youth. Instead of participating. Which agenda have you sent to the political parties, to NRM, to People Power, to FDC? Which agenda do the youth have in Uganda? What is your agenda? Have you identified, as Fanon put it, that each generation must identify? Yeah? Can you complete it? They haven't read even Franz Fanon. Huh? Have you read Franz Fanon? By the way, our president is a student of Franz Fanon. His BA graduating dissertation was titled Fanonia's Theory of Violence and its Verification in Mozambique. He actually went to Mozambique to do his BA graduating dissertation research, not initially to fight. Franz Fanon said that each generation must identify its mission and either fulfill it or betray it. What mission have you identified? You. We, the old generation, we seem to have spoiled. But at least they participated, and they were not participated somehow. But now what about the youth today? What is your agenda? Or you are following other people's agenda? If you are following other people's agenda, it means you are being, what? Participated. You hear people saying, we are participating. Participating in what? For what? With what? With any consequences? Are you not inconsequential? Anyway, you might be consequential. But I'm yet to see the youth agenda in the manifesto of political parties and say, this is our agenda, and if you don't adopt our agenda, we shall not support you. We shall not vote you. You know you are a big majority. I don't know what percentage. Some people don't know what percentage the youth constitute in Uganda. Huh? What is the percentage? 22. I think it is more than that. 75. Yeah, but even the previous ones, it was around that, 28, 30, not 70. The 70 are the young. So the youth, who from 18 to 30 or something like that, can't be 70%, 70%. But even 30% of the youth should have influence. You are youthful, you are energetic, you are educated, because that is a population at least which has gone to these many universities. I don't know whether you get critical thinking there or they think for you. You should have influence. So how can that percentage not have an agenda in the manifestos of political parties? It's not enough to say it is there, because you can put it there and it is not fulfilled. It is to insist that our agenda must be fulfilled, and if it is not fulfilled, we shall not vote you. So, an organic intellectual proposal, where had I reached? You should participate and not be participated. An intellectual should participate and not be participated. And finally, an intellectual should not just be engaged in the production of ideas alone, but be an engaged public intellectual to promote good governance and rule of law. Public intellectual, not private intellectual, because there are intellectuals who are private. They only sit down in their libraries, they produce their reports and dissertations and whatever. Never mind whether they are actualized in actual life or not. For them, they have written. But you need to be both a private and a public intellectual. On the other hand, there is a traditional intellectual, according to Rams, not according to me, by the way. A traditional intellectual. A traditional intellectual assimilates into higher class and encourages the perpetuation of privilege. You find people feeling not proud even, arrogant. I think arrogant, because pride and arrogance are different. In your class, which class are you now? That I'm very important. They are elitists, you know. You don't want to associate with the unwashed. You find people arrogantly, even on TV. I have challenged some people on TV, saying we should think for these youth. What are you thinking? What have we done for Uganda? Which is still a geographic expression. And then castigating people who are not educated, who are the general masses, that they are uncouth, they are unwashed, they are this and that. No. Don't look down upon all Ugandans. So a traditional intellectual, they are also intellectuals. Don't say they are not intellectuals. Assimilates into higher class and encourages perpetuation of privilege. Yeah? There are those who want to perpetuate privileges, and because they have privileges, they will tell you it is because God ordained it. And they are rich because they are hard workers. Are you sure? Are people necessarily rich because they are hard working, or because they are good at exploiting others? Aren't peasants hard working? Why are they poor? What about women? Women compared to men generally. There are some women here who are not poor or there. But generally, women in Uganda or in Africa are poorer than men. Does it mean women are not industrious? Or it is because they are exploited by men? So you can see richness or poorness is a function of relations of society, not necessarily of not working hard. Not working hard. A driver of a minister wakes up the earliest, sleeps the latest, because he has to wake up to go take children of the minister at school, come back and collect the minister, and at night he has to take the minister home after he has been drinking. But you find the driver earns about 200 times less than the minister. Does that mean the driver is not hard working? These days the Pentecostals tell us it is because barikwa mafuta, they are anointed. They are rich. And therefore the poor are not anointed. They are what? They are sinners. Do you believe that? That the poor is because they are not anointed? They didn't get divine intervention? These thieves who steal our money have divine intervention? And they are very rich? How can you believe that? An organic intellectual believing that? In broad daylight, and you tell people are rich because of divine intervention? Don't you think these thieves are rich? Exploiters are rich? Cheats are rich? Is it because of mafuta? What kind of God mafuta has those people? So that is the result of traditional intellectuals who think for you. They think for you and they say you are poor. Northern Uganda actually is now the poorest in Uganda. Does it mean they actually don't work hard? And is God absent from Acholi land? He doesn't give the divine intervention there. And he gives it to the central region and western region. Is that where God gives people? And those are less sinners. Don't allow it to be fought for by others. They encourage perpetuation of privilege, of oppressive structures. They promote values of the dominant class and culture. Both the organic intellectual and traditional intellectuals use the media, institutions like schools and universities, CSO platforms, social media platforms, act to promote the norms and cultures of exclusion and the norms of cultures of domination. No, that one was meant to be the traditional intellectuals. Now today decide whether you are going to be an organic intellectual or a traditional intellectual. You know that quotation, is it in Joshua? Now today decide whether you will go with our God, that was the God of Israel, or others, and one said I will go by our God. Today, university intellectuals, I want you to decide whether you are going to be an organic intellectual or a traditional intellectual. Whether you are going to be a student going for constitutional promotion and you say people are poor because they don't have mafuta. Whether you are going to say people are poor because they are lazy. You know, people say that. It is their fault to be poor. You know, you are poor because you don't follow certain instructions. You are poor because you are lazy, you don't even know how to use the money. And intellectuals of that kind, that is traditional intellectuals, justify and legitimize the poverty of others and then exonerate the others who are rich. Yes, let those people come and work for me. After all, God did not create us equal. Hey, God did not create us equal. Now, why did he create me to be poor? And my offspring to be poor? And it is ordained that henceforth your family will be poor until you go to the church and the Muslim. The curse of poverty is removed from you. The curse of poverty is brought about by the rulers who promote privilege of people against the others, who exploit others and dominate others. It is brought about by the imperial forces that dominate third world countries. It is not necessarily divine poverty. Which is that divine poverty? Where does it come from? So which intellectual are you going to be? I still want to ask this question. From this room, are you going to be a traditional intellectual or an organic intellectual? I leave it to you. But next time you are a traditional intellectual and you come around to tell me that women are poor because they are lazy, that the youth are poor because they are running around like grasshoppers, that Africans are poor because they are lazy, that people who are rich, they are rich because they are divinely what? Anointed and privileged, and therefore you, the poor, should go and pray until you get the status of divinely anointed, and you live your oppressors, your exploiters, your dominators, continue in privilege instead of having equal sharing of public resources. You know, there are some MPs who went somewhere, you know them, and said that stealing money and bringing it to your people is okay. Yeah? That it is okay, provided you share a little bit the crumbs with your people. And we are here seated as intellectuals. That somebody can say such a things and go away with it. This country must wake up. Because we have to conscientize the people. During elections, people don't look at these things. During the budget, we don't look at these things. The budget should look at inequality in Uganda. The poverty map in Uganda demonstrated that some regions are 60-70% poorer when others are 10% around that. How come the budget did not attend to that inequality? You leave behind some people and promote other regions, you will not create a nation. You can't have two nations in one. That won't be a nation, it will be a geographic expression. That some people are 90% poor and others are 10% poor. That some people, their worry is which type of meat to eat. You find them discussing in the morning at home. Should we eat ribs? Should we eat chicken? Should we eat offals? Should we eat beef? What should we eat? When others cannot even have an alternative for a commando. And you say you are building a nation. You can't. You must have organic intellectuals to challenge those structures of society and the privileges of society. Those who went to the bush, did they go to fight for privilege or to fight for social justice? Have you asked that hard question? Did they go there to promote or to restore privilege or to promote social justice? An intellectual should, so now you as university intellectuals should organize and lead the masses for socio-political emancipation. And these principles are in the Constitution, equality. Yeah? We should fight for equality. Or equity if you want. There are those who want to split hairs and make a difference between equality and equity. She should be the vanguard of conscientizing the masses against oppressive structures and actions in society, and take actions in society, and for socio-economic and political justice, for emancipation, not for stagnation. A university student intellectual should conscientize the masses about the rule of law and constitutionalism, and for a better, sustainable, and orderly society. We must have an orderly society. An intellectual should conscientize and organize the masses to fight for freedom, equality, and the rule of law. Can I comment on the rule of law? Most of us have taken the rule of law as following those laws like don't steal somebody's property, don't drive on the wrong side of the road, and what have you. No, let's look at rule of law from this context. The Constitution provides for what they call separation of powers. Most of you are lawyers here, I talk about separation of powers doctrine. Me, I use the ordinary language or historical language. That separation actually should be, in my opinion, sharing of powers. Sharing of powers. Now, if the Constitution provides that the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature should have certain mandates and should not interfere with each other and should not dominate others, and you find one arm of government dominates others, that is lack of rule of law, isn't it? There is no rule of law now. There is no sharing of powers. Sharing of power should not be looked at only in respect of one party getting ministers in the government so that they can also eat. No! We are getting it wrong. Sharing of power should be looked at in the three arms of government. But in some countries, they go further to have a bicameral system. I don't know how many of you know bicameral system. They have two chambers of parliament. Others call it the Senate and the Congress, or the House of Commons and the House of Lords, so that there is more sharing of powers even at parliamentary level. Others have federal systems of government. I'm not saying necessarily that is the best way Uganda should be governed. Even if you don't have federal, you could have shared powers between the center and the districts under decentralization. Instead, the districts have been participated. Yeah, I am now a good teacher. I can hear. Now, districts have been participated. They don't have powers. Why don't IRC 5 chairpersons forum be constitutionalized so that they can also have powers to challenge the central government? Sharing of powers between the citizens and government, between the local governments and the center, between the different arms of government. Do we have that one? Some of it is in the Constitution, but it's not followed. So that we share powers and we don't locate power in only one arm of government or one individual. About the rule of law and constitutionalism for better and sustainable, where have I reached? Should conscientize the masses about constitutional principles such as power sharing between the three arms of government and about human rights. People were talking about human rights. Only that I want to comment that sometimes we have concentrated on political rights at the expense of socio-economic rights. Socio-economic rights. The rights of citizens to access education, quality education. To access health, quality health. To access housing. To access good sanitation. Where is that right? In Uganda. Look at education. If you look at, UBOS has not given us the education performance map. Do you know some regions don't have even more than 10 people who pass in grade 1? Some people, when there is government admission, they hardly have anybody except maybe when there is some intervention here and there. Some regions have specialized in failing and others in passing exams. How are we building this country now? How? This never used to be the case, you know. I studied from a rural school and made it to the university. Today, to study from a rural school and go to the university, some people make it, but which courses do they do? Also. How are we addressing that one? How? You university intellectuals, what are you doing? Because the Constitution says there should be equal sharing of public resources, but we are not. It is up to us now to sensitize the masses so that there are human rights, including socio-economic rights, and the dignity of citizens. Intellectuals like you should use education as a tool for emancipation and not for oppression. Education should be a tool for what? Emancipation. Do you know education in some cases is used as a tool of oppression? People are taught to remain poor. They teach you, since you are not in power, you should never ask about power. You know? Some people even teach women to remain subordinate to men. You teach them silence. Do you know that some teaching teaches silence? Education should not teach silence. It should teach emancipation. And you as young people should now take advantage to say education should be for emancipation. When I was doing education many years back, I was taught that the role of education is to socialize people, young ones, into the norms, to pass on the norms of society from generation to generation. Has anybody been taught that? So this patriarchal, you know patriarchal values and norms, yeah? So you pass them on to the new generation. Sometimes education should be the teaching, not teaching. Am I making sense? The teaching those bad things of the past so that people can be emancipated. Not continue socializing people into privilege. That these ones have always been rulers, they will be rulers until further notice. Huh? You know, there are those mythologies that rulers are born with pumpkin seeds. You go to Zambia or Mulago and see whether they are born with pumpkin seeds, yeah? In some of our communities, even they had a mythology that God ordained, that he gave a test to some people, to his 3 children, yeah? And they are still teaching it. I'm surprised. In primary, that he gave gourds of milking pots full to his 3 sons. And he watched over them at night to see who would sleep and spill the milk. In the middle of the night, one of them spilled the milk, the whole of it. And he begged his brothers to fill in half. So each one gave half and he got full. The following, when it was done, one of them also stripped off and poured everything. So God appeared. So he found one with full, another one with half full, or half empty because it was going away, another one was empty. And he ordained that the one with full, with a full milking gourd or pot or whatever, would be the rulers of the rest. Remember, God is all-knowing, isn't it? How could he not know that the fool was the one who poured the milk first? How could God give powers to the one who failed the test first? This is ideological captivity of lying to the people. And healthy, because when you have the animal farm, the later here must have read animal farm. The pigs which said that we should be equal, later on turned out to be the oppressors. So you can manipulate, it is allowed to manipulate people and fix a problem, and you leave these fools go and suffer. After all, God ordained. Because the following day, God ordained that these fools should continue to be ruled because their forefathers committed a sin of pouring the water. How do you teach that ideological captivity ideology in the 21st century in a school in Uganda? We can't allow that. That must be traditional intellectuals. Should conscientize the masses about their principles. Where am I? Education should be a tool of emancipation and not for oppression. It is possible to use education for domination, for silencing the critical voices. Yes. As intellectuals desist from promoting education for silencing the masses, the women, the subalterns. I don't know whether you know that concept, subalterns. Subalterns, as the name suggests, sub. This is the general masses. The general masses, not the privileged elite, rulers or rich or whatever. Those are called subalterns. And the youth, I think, largely you are still subalterns, but aspiring to be among the privileged. But I want to ask you to commit that class suicide. You should fight for the subalterns, the general masses, the general population. Because if you don't do, there will be inequality and there will be wars and there will be conflict and there will be violence that you have here in Nairobi, that you hear in South Africa. Nairobi is called Nairobi. You know why? Because of inequality. Once you have inequality, you have violence, like in the USA. Do you know Scandinavian countries? Yeah? These small countries in Europe where there is equality. They don't have almost crime. Not because they are religious. Actually, they are not religious. Most of them are now atheists. For them, I went to, I think, Denmark, and I was surprised to find people don't have burglar proof in their houses. I said, why don't they have? They said, now steal what? Nobody is going to break into a house to steal a mattress or to steal a blanket. Why? Because everybody has those. For them, the thieves are these bank robbers. So please, be intellectuals to promote education for emancipation, not for silencing. You should form constitutional study groups in your respective places. Have study groups. You know, the church has cells. The churches have cells. I have heard you have clubs. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. Unfortunately, you have found me finishing. Mr. Minister has missed my lecture. Not by design, of course, you didn't know he was presenting. So you are welcome. So I was just telling these young people that they should promote social justice in Uganda as young people who are vibrant, who are energetic, and we have got a lot of inequalities in Uganda. There is economic inequality, social inequality, political inequality, that unless we address issues of inequality, we shall not build a nation state, we shall remain a geographic expression, and as young people, they cannot allow the future generations to continue in this state of affairs. We have to address them, otherwise we shall experience situations like we have had in other countries, because in the whole world, actually, inequality is a problem. One of the violence risk factors in the whole world now is a factor of inequality, unequal sharing of resources and unequal sharing of power leads to inequality and negatively impacts on nation building. What is missing in Africa, actually, the most missing link in Africa is nation building. Unless we have nations, we shall not develop. What is missing? The missing link, the major missing link, there are others. It is not lack of natural resources. It is not lack of human resources. It is not even necessarily lack of finances, finance capital. It is lack of viable nation states. And we cannot have viable nation states unless and until we create nation states. Earlier on I told you about a nation state is composed by both hardware and software. Hardware are the boundaries we have, the territories we demarcated, the constitution maybe that we share together, the government that we share together. But unless we have the norms and values and attitudes of a state, of living together, of sharing together, we shall not have viable nation states. And without viable nation states, we shall not develop. That is why even high-ranking government officials can go and tell the population that stealing from the nation, from the state, and bringing it to your people is okay. Because there is no nation, and people clapped. Did you see them clapping? These fellows should have been thrown off the platform. Instead, they were clapped for. To tell people that you steal public funds and you clap. Intellectuals here, are you going to clap? Yeah? You clap for somebody saying that you can steal public resources. Why people clapped is because we don't have yet a viable nation state. When you steal public funds, people in your home area don't know that you have stolen public resources. So corruption now is normal, provided it is not maybe in your home area. But even in home area, in local governments, there is also people still have no spirit of nationalism. So, unless we address the question of nationhood, of a nation state, so corruption actually it is not merely a moral question. It is now normal. And it is ingrained in that feeling that there is no nation. It is still a geographic expression. And you can see public resources, even people are looking at you. You can even vandalize public resources and people are looking at you and they turn their eyes, they don't mind whether public resources are going away. It is the youth now to turn around and have the national spirit and address that question of public resources, public mindedness, which is in the Constitution, but we don't practice it. You should form constitutional study groups in your respective areas and bring out some of these things as organic intellectuals, not traditional intellectuals. Because they are traditional intellectuals who are also intellectuals, but their role is to promote privilege, is to promote the status quo. Actually, it is justify corruption. That after stealing public resources and becoming very rich, you are admired. You are admired. You saw the MPs, the minister is here. I saw MPs lining up at the speaker's place, clapping their hands, kneeling down, and there was no problem. It's the lack of nationhood in their spirits as a value. And as organic intellectuals, as I finish, dear young people, don't be participated, participate. But participate when you have a direction. Is it all? Asante sana, mwebale nyo. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Mwambusi Ndebesa, there for the keynote address. Professor has been addressing the issue of the academic perspective of university students' role on constitutionalism and governance. I think for me, the most important question to reflect on is what kind of intellectual are you? And what is your role in advancing your community, society, and the world at large? May I acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Chris Bariomunsi, the Minister for ICT and National Guidance. You're most welcome, Honorable. Thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule. I know you have a lot on your plate, but the fact that you've made it here is really, really a good gesture for us. And the young people here are very excited to see you. Thank you. The Honorable Minister is quite busy, and we have to really run through our program. May I request our panel to convene, the students panel, for the panel discussion. I'll invite you to come and occupy these seats, but the rest of you, I think, can have some tea on the sides. Do we have tea? No? Okay. Okay, fine. In the interest of time, let's just have the panel convene. Aruho Brian from Cavendish University. Aruho, make your way to the podium. Cynthia Esther Apili from MOOBS. Cynthia, may we have you occupy your seat. Denise Ayebare, Makerere University. Denise, please come and take your seat. May I also request Emmanuel Kwesigwa from Uganda Christian University to also come and take his seat. This session will be moderated by Mr. Okot Ola. Okot, you'll be moderating the session. Do we have everyone here?
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's kick off the session, and then we'll continue with normal programs.
All right. Thank you very much, our dear guests. Right, Honorable Minister, you're most welcome to join the young people today. Today we are having a panel discussion. Basically, you can see the theme written quite clearly. This project seeks to promote constitutionalism and constitutional governance in universities in Uganda. Honorable Minister, we are really honored to have you, and we have since learned with the lecture of Professor that you actually handle two types of softwares, one being ICT software, but also under your docket of national guidance, the software of what we call Uganda. And I think the latter speaks more to the purpose of this meeting today. And I'm really glad to have these distinguished young people today, and hopefully we'll learn a thing or two from them. We will get straight to the panel discussion with introductions. Can we have the second microphone? All right. I welcome you all to this panel discussion. It will be precise and fast, covering all of the issues, and of course we will give room for one or two questions coming in from the audience itself. My name is Okot Ola. I'm a lawyer, and I also work with the Center for Constitutional Governance, and I am much honored to moderate this panel. We will start with quick introductions, starting with the gentleman on my immediate right. You're most welcome. Could you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Allow me to stand on the protocol that was already established. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aruho Brian. I'm a finalist at Cavendish University, Uganda, under the Bachelor's of Law, and I'm the current guild president. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're most welcome. Let's have...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Apili Cynthia Esther. I am a second-year student at Makerere University Business School. I am pursuing a bachelor's degree in leadership and governance. I am a peace and reconciliation activist as well, and an education enthusiast at the very most, a Pan-African. Thank you.
Wow, you're most welcome, Cynthia. Yes.
Protocol, as aforementioned, my name is Kwesigwa Emmanuel. I am a year follow student at Uganda Christian University, Mukono. I am affiliated to Africa Quet Organization, a body that seeks to have a united Africa. And on that note, when Professor Ndebesa introduced himself as an East African, that made so much sense to me. And in addition, I am a writer with one published book titled The Magic of Successful Living, one that I launched last year, Serena Hotel on 12th March. And most importantly, with my new book titled All Has Changed, subtitled Uganda Through the Decades, meant to be launched about 2 months from today. And in advance, I invite each one of you to be part when all is communicated. Glad to be part of this rather pertinent discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Denise Ayebare. I am just an African holding a Ugandan passport. I am a law student at Makerere University, affiliated to Green Africa Youth Organization as an award-winning climate activist and award-winning speaker with various negotiations in climate action with the UNFCCC. Thank you.
All right. Denise, you could stay with the microphone. Yes, thank you very much, my dear panelists, for joining in. Clearly, you're distinguished young people, and it is no error that you're seated here to discuss some of these issues. Starting with you, Denise, we have had time and again, I believe the take-home from this session is participate and not be participated. How can the young people be more involved in constitutionalism in this country?
All right, thank you so much. So I just want to start by saying, as young people of this generation, I'm just going to say Gen Z, because that's where most of us fall, and most of the students here, we are youth leaders at in different capacities. When you look at the politics right now of the country, they are not the same as it was probably 10 years ago, how vibrant at that time the youth leaders were. When you hear the current ministers, the current leaders, they're going to tell you, I was a youth leader at Makerere University. I was a youth leader here and there. But guess what? Right now, most of us don't care about the politics of the country. Most of us don't care about constitutional governance. We say, that is something that I don't want to get involved with. And we forget that the reflection of the university politics, of the student politics, are the reflection of the country. Yeah. When you look at it, when you say, I'm not interested in politics, what it means, you're not interested in the health system, you're not interested in the education system, you're not interested in the infrastructure system of Uganda. While most of the Ugandans are lavishing under poverty, where you can't even access education, most of the regions in West Nile, I think most of you that come from there are always complaining about electricity. And these are things that you say, I'm not interested in the constitutional governance of the country. That means you're so disselected from what exists within the country. So how can we take part? Most of us are online. And I think this is the strength that we have, that information right now is everywhere and anywhere. At 50 years, you have the same experience, you have the same information that one had to go to school to access. And I will talk about Makerere University. At that time, I don't think there was internet. You had to go and probably struggle when you're hearing the stories of our seniors to even get a law book probably to read. You had to go there, and two of you had to fight for the same book. Right now, you go online and you get that information easily as compared to someone else. But we are not interested. Our power lies in the power of social media. It lies in IT, and this is something that our generation can harness to ensure that we have active participation, we have into the constitutional governance and what we need as young people. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Of course, you do highlight the other software that we have, which is ICT. And I think it is key, but I would like to bring the discussion to Emmanuel. Denise speaks about interest, that many young people say, you know, I'm not interested in politics, or I'm not interested in governance. Now, what do you say about someone says it's not an issue of interest, but an issue of morale? You know, people who don't vote, many times they will say, I cannot change anything. I mean, things are the way they are. What do you have to say to young people who have that kind of thinking?
Thank you so much, moderator. Once again, good afternoon, organic intellectuals in the room. To start with, I've always watched Dr. Sarah, Honorable Chris, Professor Mwambutia on NBS. I've watched and listened and loved the discussions. And here comes a rare opportunity for them to sit and listen to me. This just comes once in... This of course comes once in a while. Now, you ask a very pertinent question. Those of you who are students of jurisprudence, we have a theory put forward by Karl Marx. It is called the base and superstructure metaphor. it is in a pyramid shape, and the economics sits at the bottom. And it seems to suggest that everything that starts from the economics makes a shift or an impact on the rest of the spheres. But I want to think that he did not have a picture of the existence of a country, Uganda, somewhere in East Africa. Because I think the story here is different. I think for us, the superstructure metaphor, we have the politics at the bottom. Because almost everything is politics, and it does affect just everything. It does affect our economy. So in this case, I disagree with him. Now that he's not here to disagree and rebuttal, I have all the liberty to disagree with the opinion he puts forward. Getting back to your question, like I've written in my book here, in one of the chapters, I have put forward that each one of us is a politician, either consciously or unconsciously. Whether you recognize and accept that or you do not, but you are a politician. And like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, this vibrant lady from Nsukka, Nigeria, says it, that everything is just politics. Of course, she said that after the public criticized her for having political writings, and the question in response to that was, what should I write about? Because politics is our life. Politics is the life we live. The clothes I am wearing today have a political element on them because they were imported or even locally made. So everything is political. And so what does that have to say? Getting back to your question. I think that I would say a person who has such a mindset in this evolving era is a sleeping dog. For purposes of being specific and making my communication, not for purposes of insulting any one individual. But you are simply sleeping on a thing that will actually bite you. Because you are not a politician, but the politicians make policies which policies affect you directly, leave alone the indirect part. So the area the better, specifically now going to the part of how we get this leadership. At least if you cannot actively participate and stand for any political position, at least let it be your obligation, like Article 59 of the Constitution puts it, you have a right to vote. So exercise that franchise, knowing that it has a bearing on you. So I think it is not a good position for one to think that they do not care and let the rest care on their behalf.
What about those who think they cannot, their participation will not change anything?
Of course, that is pessimism. It is pessimism, and I do not think it puts forward any resolution.
All right.
It is a mindset that needs to be changed in the first instance.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for that beautiful submission. I think we will be delving deeper into that. Also, in the second round of questions, dealing with some of the strategic barriers to youth participation. But over to you, my colleague, Cynthia. We do have a number of young people outside these programs, like what CCG has initiated here today, and outside universities. We find that the level of civic engagement is really low. How can the young people participate, especially us who are enlightened to some extent, participate in conscientizing, again in the words of Professor, is my key reference today, conscientizing the masses, the young people out there on civic engagement, but also the knowledge of what it takes, the software of building Uganda. So how can we help to build that outside these spaces?
Okay, thank you very much, Okot. So I want to begin by this common phrase that has been so publicized among the Gen Zs in Uganda ever since the recent comparison between Kenya and Uganda, right? So there is this common phrase of wofuna visa kolotia. Wofuna visa kolotia. That is how much we as elites have value or concern for the things that directly affect us. So we place ourselves in positions to strategically find a way out of that suffering. So we've become too individualistic to a point that our individual gains and success are the priority beyond anything else. And I think this is why Professor makes mention of like the entire aspect of nationhood. We don't have that. We are not nationalistic in nature. But also, the question becomes, do you have a reason to uphold that nationalism? Do you have a reason to be patriotic in nature? Those are like some of the questions that we put to mind as young people when we place ourselves in those spaces. So you are hit by the reality that at the end of the day, whether you do it or not, you're going to have to find a way out for yourself and less of other people. So I think what we need to do is to seek the passion that creates change. See how I'm probably very, very passionate about things to do with peace and conflict resolution because I am in direct proximity. I come from northern Uganda. I've seen what the effect of the war is on people. She's a climate activist. She has seen what the effect of landslides are. She has the zeal to push for it. I think we need to be woke. The same way we are praising Kenyan Gen Zs and saying, you took the power to your hands, you've shown what the will of democracy is. That is the same uprising we need to have within ourselves as individuals to push and go further. If you don't have that individual zeal to say, I need to care about what affects the society, even if you are strategically put in those spaces, even if you have access to those spaces, there is no significant impact or change you're going to make. I think that's my perception on that.
All right, thank you very much. And also, well done on the good work, especially in peace and reconciliation. I understand that involves a lot of groundwork. Over to you, Mr. Aruho. First of all, are you a Gen Z?
Should I answer that privately or here?
We have been discouraged from being private intellectuals. But anyway, speaking to that very question, following up to that question, every single speaker has spoken about the Gen Zs of Kenya. I think it has come up a lot, and we'll wait for our minister to also guide on what lessons to pick from that. But speaking to that spirit that we have seen with our colleagues in Kenya, amidst all the opinions, clearly there was an agenda underlying that, and we saw them in sloganeering. You say, leaderless, partyless, colorless, tribeless. You know, how far are we as young Ugandans in form of creating an agenda, and you know, how can these platforms help us to be able to craft some of these minimum agendas really? It doesn't have to be Kenyan situation, but we need to have an agenda as young Ugandans.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ola. First and foremost, I think before I forget, I want to give a very big applaud to CCG because personally, I think CCG picked me up in 2021 and I haven't been the same to where I am. So I can gladly say this far CCG has brought me. This far Dr. Sarah Bireti and the team has brought me. And to that effect, I then want to come to your situation. We cannot say that one, we are not party to what has happened to Kenya, and we also cannot say that the same approach they have used is the same approach we can use. You need to first understand, in my perspective, you need to first understand what your community entails, what its problems are, and then you get its solutions. In getting its solutions, then you get to know that solutions are in two different formats. You can either go diplomatic, the civilized way, or you can go the other way. And in both scenarios, you can get results. Results that can be long-lasting, or results that can just be made for the short-term, I would call it massage, ego massage. Yeah. So why I want to break that down is, it's not that at every point that violence will be an answer. But then also at a certain point X, violence can be an answer. But then also it's not that every time you bring peace, peace shall be taken. And I think Uganda, to that very extent, has been a very, very good key example. Because when you see a professor coming here and speaking all these things, he says these things, yes, they are practical. But when it's a different scenario, that it's a very, very hard subject to say that as Ugandans we are going to start up a peaceful protest and then it will end peaceful. Quite a number of times it goes the other way.
I believe also Kenya had that dynamic?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Different jurisdictions have different approaches and have different ways they handle their things. In Uganda, the moment we start that peaceful protest and 1, 2, 3 of our colleagues see red top at the end, either that is the end or that is the beginning of tear gas, and you know what happens then later on. We've seen senior colleagues in this country, like Honorable Olarotuno, break out from what they wanted to fight for because of pepper spray then, which was very common, which at least you can attest to, Mr. Okot, because I think 1 or 2 ways you've been party to that. But then these issues come about because of, you would say, a lack of a proper framework of constitutional governance, which has brought us today. Because I want us to break that discussion of sitting up here because I've listened to Dr. Sarah Berete before. Just like Mr. Emmanuel said, we've heard them and now they're hearing us. But then this comes down to the common Ugandan, to the lay person who hasn't even gone to school. What would constitutional governance mean to them? What would all this entail to them? It just means very basic things. Accountable leadership, to begin with. Second, the protection of their rights. And then you come to what the elites want, what they like hearing, participation, where is youth participation and all that. So when you reach at a certain point X where either party feels they are not represented well, either you're not voted back, or secondly, you then have what you would call a civilized sort of revolution. What is happening in Kenya? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to now discuss some of the challenges. But before that, I would like everyone here to give a round of applause to these panelists. If you noticed, they are all pushing constitutionalism in their own way. Denise is an activist, very vibrant. We have a gentleman who is a writer. He has been giving references. And I think it's criminal that when Professor was asking for people who have socialist references, your hand was down. I don't know if you're a private intellectual. We have a lady doing, Cynthia doing outreach, civic outreach in terms of peace and reconciliation. And of course, my brother Aruro is a very prominent leader who we look up to in the young spaces. Congratulations. Now, we would like to, of course, move into some of the challenges you faced in your organic experiences. And I would like to start with Emmanuel. Emmanuel, in your work trying to, enlighten young Ugandans through your writing and through your own experience, what are some of the challenges that you have faced, and how can this be bettered?
Thank you for that question once again, Mr. Moderator. Now, the challenges are actually multifaceted and they are diverse. It is a broad concept, yes, but specifically in my own understanding, I am from the West and we have a proverb in our dialect, and it goes that eke gamba, ehungureta gamba. Back to English, that a family that speaks succeeds or takes over from one that doesn't speak. So I am going to discuss this in two aspects. That one problem is that those who have the potential and the platforms to speak do not speak right. And later on, I will discuss the part of what is supposed to be the audience, the recipient of this discussion, repels it or suffocates it. It does not create I'm very happy to discuss this when we have Dr. Chris in the house. What happens when we get to such platforms, because now I'm narrowing down the discussion to us as university students, the organic intellectuals, I want to presume that we are, now that we've understood, and we all know that. We are very vocal online and in our small spaces. But when we get to platforms where we have people to talk to, the likes of Doctor, the likes of Honorable Chris, the likes of the professors, we do not address the same voice that we speak behind the curtains. I've seen people who, in my opinion, have a very good ideology and are in our spaces and are youth. And you think if this person had a good platform to lay out their voices, and we had this and more people doing the same, then it would be a better society and change would really come by. But what happens when the platform eventually comes up? You see a person praising the government, which is anyway okay. But the person, you wonder if this is just the same tongue that speaks behind the absence of the doctor and in his presence. So, challenge one is we are not specific on what we want. And then two, we do not know exactly how to put it. That is put aside. The people that speakers are making reference to are you, the likes of us that have had this platform. It's not that we know better than the people in this room, but we've had the opportunity. We've been the chosen ones to represent the people sitting. But what do we say while here? So that when doctor leaves this room, what is going to be his report of the youth about the performance of the government? Definitely he will take what he has heard and not what we say in our discussions of 2 and 3 and online. So I think we need to be specific, understand what we want, and address it the way it is. I always told people, the Pan-Africanists we look up to, Cambrel Cabral, Thomas Sankara, these other people, the likes of Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr., these people took a risk, but for a bigger cause and for a picture they had inside. It is not that these people did not know that what they were doing had a danger and was a danger to their life. And indeed, most of them were assassinated. But they wanted to plant a better seed. So for us to be able to change the narrative, for our voices to be heard, before we even opt for the alternative of demonstration and riots, how best have we exploited this one opportunity of diplomatic talk and direct address?
All right.
That's question number one. Then two,
as you conclude,
is even when we would want to address our voices, but we fear the repercussions. So, I think now this goes to our leaders, to you, the government, that I support, but criticize as well. Yes, I am pro-government, but of course, if you are my dad, it doesn't mean that all you do is right. And of course, when you do wrong, I also have a hand. I'm your child, so I should tell you that you need to check on this. So please, create a favorable platform. Do not make us fear. Let us get close to you. Let us not fear that when we make a march to Parliament on 23rd, what will happen is we shall lose our lives. Instead, what we should have in our minds is that when we make that move, we shall have our voices heard. Dr. Chris, you are here today. On 23rd, we are planning a move to Parliament. And before I leave, I will want to ask honorably and kindly to have your contact so that if things go wrong, I should be able to. I should be able to call him because I know he's going to speak and will definitely like his speech. But I want to ask him one question. What is it that happened between what you told us and what we've eventually seen? But also, I want to encourage those that shall be part of it. I am undecided yet. But please, let it be peaceful, because the one that the Constitution provides for is a peaceful demonstration, not a violent one. So, let it be as clean as it can be. Anyway, if it will happen. Let it be clean, so that when we have fire in return, they have no leverage of we were doing this and destroying this. Then we'll want to see what charge we will have against the government. That is what I want to say, and that's what I am pushing for.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for that passionate submission, and I believe the applause really speaks to the message getting home. We will have enough time to discuss your attempts after. Now, I would like you to pass the microphone to Denise. Denise, he spoke of issues of with the youth saying one thing in their hostel rooms, but when we come to such public spaces, I think in PR they call it message discipline. They stick within safe frameworks. You're an activist yourself. You're in the business of not talking so nicely to power. How would you encourage young people who would like to express themselves in this way? Of course, to make their point heard, but also stick within constitutional means of, civil disobedience or activism.
Thank you so much. So what I'm going to start with is that whenever a young person has a platform like this, they will start by saying we need inclusion. But you're already included, speak for the young people. And that's not what I'm going to say, that we don't have inclusion. So I think there are structures that have been given to us as young people, and I think that's what makes us better than Kenya's Gen Zs, yeah? The National Youth Council is dead. Their youth parliamentarians are appointed, where we have all these platforms. We are talking about corruption in government. We are living corruption in National Youth Council. We are living corruption in other youth structures. We are talking about embezzlement of funds. We are talking about non-representation in government, but we can't even handle the structures we've been given. And I think this is a very important question that we also need to understand, that before probably we call out the government, how are we handling the structures that have been given to us? When you meet your youth representative, what do you ask from them? Those are your representatives. When they go to the platform, they're the ones that speak for you. And in our hostel rooms, they don't hear us. So if you're able to call out National Youth Council, I'm not saying National Youth Council is corrupt, but of course, if you find it's corrupt, you should call it out. When you have all the other youth structures, how do you utilize them? And as young people, we are doing what we don't want our governments to do. And this is where I'm going to start with. You're talking about what's a government's ideology, what's their philosophy, what's their objective in running. But we are doing the same thing. When you go to university politics, what ideology are you driving? What philosophy are you driving? And then you want to ask opposition, what's your ideology? Yet as a student leader, as student politicians, we don't have our own ideologies and our own philosophies. I'm not saying criticizing the government is bad, but you need to first check your own house before you go out to criticize other individuals. And this is the second thing that usually young people face, and I think, Mr. Honorable, you should also take it on. Ageism. I think as a young person, all the young leaders that are here have information, the same information that you didn't access maybe at 25, at 24. All these young leaders have it. But when you ask us, what can young people bring to the table? What should we do for them? Then you make it look like there is a thin line between motivation and exploitation, that young people should pursue maybe their goals and objectives. And that's a mindset that also needs to be changed among the elderly. 70% of Uganda's population is below 30%. Anything that is made must include them for them to benefit. So how do you ensure that all this information that they have can be utilized? How do you ensure that you're not marginalizing them? Their opinions are heard. And of course, I'll bring to your attention the 6 years sentence that one of the young people has faced about using TikTok and abusing the president. I think even when you had the misuse, the Computer Misuse Act, I think it also catered for freedom of speech. And I think even when it's hate speech, it sort of conflicts or contradicts with what exists in our constitutions. Because you clearly state you have freedom of speech. When I use my freedom of speech to say the government is corrupt, or probably I'm calling it out for this, then I'm going to be behind bars just because I used my phone to call out people, or I used my social media to call out the government. And this is the environment that then doesn't become favorable for young people to drive things like constitutional governance, to drive participation, to drive our inclusion, our ideas, and all that. And talking about civil disobedience, I'm more of a climate activist still, but also I'm going to link it to mindset. When you look at our mindset, and I think the government still has much to do, I'll just use an analogy from climate action and probably politics. Of recent, we are having motorcycles that are EU, like electric motorcycles. But guess what? Ugandans can't board those motorcycles. Why? Because they are driven by thieves at night, because they don't produce sound. And that's the same mindset that we have, that if we do not participate, our vote doesn't count. Go participate. If it doesn't count, know you're right. You can call for accountability and transparency. There is no way you can be able to call for transparency, accountability, justice, when you don't participate in the structures that have been created for you as a young person. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Denise. You almost sounded there like you were speaking for Gen X. But nevertheless, we would like to come to you, Cynthia. Our two colleagues here have been, expressing some of the challenges, and it's very important that I think they've been fairly objective. giving some of the challenges we have as young people, but also on our side what we could have done better. What do you think the young people can do better to bring out a culture of constitutionalism within ourselves, but also those around us, to speak, for example, to the spirit of what His Worship Matanda was saying earlier?
Okay, so I think one, it's very important to acknowledge the shift in mindset that we are having and how progressive it is in nature. Because I would recall that for the first time I probably sat on a panel at Civic Space with Denise, how she projects individual responsibility and youth participation in structures is extremely different. I think this speaks to itself in the fact that we largely now get to understand what our responsibility is, but the question is, do the vast majority of people know that you have a responsibility? Will speak to them alone is enough to create a shift in mindset. And I think it's very, very important that we now acknowledge the fact that we have structures. How do we call them out? How do we hold them accountable? I think, like she's saying, we are very quick to point fingers when we hear the recent scandal of Joel Senyonyi and the 1.7 billion that is shifting figures and all. The question is, when UNSA is allocated money, when they constantly collect money from students, do they provide a report? Do they provide accountability for how those structures are being used? And we, the people that give our money directly to these bodies, do we call them out? Do we ask for accountability? Do we ask for how these things are? Do we actually see systems or structures that are being put in place to say this is how the funds are being handled? This is how the money you're giving us is being handled. When you, for example, look at the National Youth Council, what significant implication do they have to us as youth? I think Professor asked a very good question. If NYC ceased to exist today, how many of us would be concerned? How many of us would be bothered? What significant change would it have on us? Because as a structure, there is nothing idealistic or an agenda for the youth. It directly pushes. And I think we need to normalize the act of calling out people even within our own house. Another thing is she said, the representation we have at universities or university politics speaks directly to what us as a nation are, us as young people are in terms of agenda. And I would say this, I think the structure of political parties has killed leadership within our systems. And we now don't understand the difference between leadership and politics. It's now we are pushing for NUP, we are pushing for NRM. You don't even understand the fundamentals of these parties, but because of what you're able to benefit from them, you want to push for it. And the idea on constitutionalism becomes a hoax to that extent. You can't push for ideals that you don't resonate to, and this is why we don't have that sort of nationalism, because we are not passionate enough. I think another thing is we are a dead generation when it comes to reading. And there is a lot of information when you sit down to read. There are a lot of things that you push yourself to assess, and you have that independent knowledge to question things in society, to question generalized concessions in society. But even when you come to public spaces, you will feel very challenged to speak out on things because you don't take the time to have knowledge, to have information about them. And this is a very, very huge problem with us as Gen Zs. So you have a collective approach to make noise without an agenda. And when it's put to you, because of how dead government systems are, it's easy to push the burden to the curb. And that's very, very dangerous. So we need to take individual responsibility and embrace having vast knowledge. You can't streamline yourself to one particular thing, and when you're challenged, you coil like a snail.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. And indeed, I agree with you that in terms of politicization, we see a situation in. Thank you. We see a situation often where, we face the same problems as Ugandans, be it health, education, we drive on the same roads. But somehow in the 5th year, when we're having elections, you find that me and Brian cannot talk. In fact, you'll beat me up because I don't agree with a certain color of a T-shirt. I think that's an absurd reality, and I'm glad you bring it up. Finally, Brian, some of the challenges you have faced in this journey of building or cropping up constitutionalism, but also your journey of leadership.
Thank you. First of all, I want to just state this for clarity. I've not faced that number of challenges because most of the people that have supported me are even in this room. I can mention them. Dr. Sarah Birete, who's seated there, the table which is there is Jason, Noam Manya, it has Melvin Ampaire, it has Angena Julian there, there is Leona Brivia on this side, there is Mugara David at the end. And my colleagues here, Eva Denise, Kwesga, Emmanuel, who I got to know recently, so me, I've faced little challenges. Just set that for clarity. So this far God has brought me, but this far my friends have brought me, and Civic Space, which I take as a family. So I have very few challenges, but I'll mention them. Before I got to campus, anyway, before CCG brought me up, I think I was part of the very many Ugandans that thought that government will work for us when they are coming for votes, as she said. I stay in Chira, so it's quite understandable. It's quite understandable that if you have a car and you stay in Chitukutwe, Chira, Nigeria, and you use that stretch which has Nigeria Hospital on a daily, that means in a month your car has to go to the garage 2 times. Now, if you're a Subaru owner or a Toyota owner, it just multiplies. But recently, I don't know whether through UNRWA or Ministry of Works, there is sort of a rate expansion that is happening. I mean, we are driving towards the elections. So I think how mathematics adds up of government coming back to us when things are happening soon. Anyway, but we are part of government, so that is. But again, one of the challenges that she talked about that I think is very key is that either we do not want to read or we don't want to research. Those are 2 very key things that I think have disorganized even me as a person, but then also a generation, but also a nation at large. But then also a nation at large. Because when you listen to people like Professor Ndewesa coming here and making a presentation, you then get to know that you are quite very, very behind in terms of research. And yet we don't want to admit. So the other challenge that comes up, especially for people in my age bracket, I do not know about Professor's age bracket and Dr. Sarah's age bracket, but the issue is that when Dr. Sarah Birete says, there is this conference, please attend, or Okot makes up a communication about this conference, one of the things that will drive us is their transport refund. We've not yet wanted to know who is going to give the keynote address and what it's about. The very first thing is, what is their transport refund? Are there meals? Yes. Then secondly, when we come, we are waiting for the end moment where all the breakout sessions where we are going to take pictures, and then later on social media at night or a day after, say, we discussed matters of national importance. But then, thank you. But then when we are here, when Professor asks the question, we don't even want to attempt. I thank my friend who attempted, and he was corrected. I mean, that way is going to know that the pigeonhole was in 1967, but 1966. Again, when professors asked, it was a simple, and to some people it sounded silly, some people it sounded knowledgeable, like to her. I thank God that I hope I get a digits after. When professor asked, is National Youth Council alive? I mean, by alive, yes, it's alive, but is it functioning? Is it something you guys can account for? In the scenario that it dies, shall we cry? Yes? To some of us, we laughed. I mean, I laughed it off because we haven't yet seen that relevance that we are looking for. I know my brother who goes by the Nahizo Revolution is here and is laughing. But that is a discussion we are supposed to be having. She asked about UNSA. I mean, why am I bringing this up? It's because, Okot, you and I are all youth. All of us here are unmarried. Either. No, unmarried. All of us are unmarried. Either we've just graduated or we are about to graduate. But why am I saying this? Is because at the end of the day, we are part of these systems. One, UNSA. Secondly, National Youth Council. But then National Youth Parliament that you have. Now, she talked about numbers. Madame Denise talked about numbers. You know, we need these platforms. But again, I think she also subscribed to a school of thought that asks, do these platforms have the impact? I mean, when we start asking, what is the impact of National Youth Council, can it come out and call out the president and say, let's have a discussion? Or are they going to reach there and go into things of, I married your daughter and haven't gotten the cows that you promised? Is that a discussion that they have? Secondly, the National Youth Parliament that we are all party to under Faraja Foundation, does it have that impact that we need? But then thirdly, also that we are all party to the Uganda National Students Association, is it something that still holds water then that His Worship Matanda Bakar, when he was the president, does this generation still have the same principles that they follow? Or it's about pictures and then running for positions? I think we need then at a certain point to differentiate between holding positions for the camera and holding positions that can actually influence. Because this whole thing of saying, Dr. Chris Baremos is here. Yes, he's here. We are going to discuss. That's the truth. Then you will say we don't have youth inclusion. He will go to the ministry and set up a youth committee. But will that youth committee go in that boardroom, discuss something, and it's implemented? That's a different discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, humbly, I'm Aroho Brian.
Thank you very much. We are coming to the close of this panel discussion, but I'd like to give just two people a chance to speak and also be listened to by Professor Mambush. Rare opportunity. So maybe I'll have the lady here, and then this gentleman. Yeah. All right. So I'll start with you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arinda Isaac Rugambwa, and I'm a small fish in a big pond, not afraid of swimming. I want to thank the organizers of this event today. It not only gives awareness to the entire nation, but it also shows that what we've been crying for a long time, inclusivity, a platform to speak, and just like the panel has shared, that we have these things present, but what are we doing about it? Yeah, when we get to these platforms, what are we actually talking about? That's now the level which we are at. And of course, for those who appreciate the history of this country, like Mr. His Worship Matanda was trying to push us back from the era of WBS TV, and now we have NBS, we have NTV, we have all these media platforms. How are we leveraging technology to address the current challenges that we are facing as a nation? Yeah, we love swimming, most of us, but we are afraid, or we do not want to get wet. Yet we actually want to swim. So I want to encourage us that we should step up, and like Mr. Emmanuel has addressed, we should step up when these opportunities show up and stand for the nation and fight for what is right. Yeah, constitutional governance, human rights. We cannot have a democratic society without these two, which is the very essence of the organization of this event. So I want to thank the organizers of this event, CCG, Dr. Sarah Birete, and the entire board for coming up with such platforms. For at least now youths can speak, and the implementation phase is also not far away from here. Let us first create the awareness. Let's bring all the youths in Uganda together, and then if the people on the top cannot implement, then we shall implement ourselves. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. The lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Zawede Gabriela. Good afternoon to everyone. All protocol observed, as everyone has done before. This is a question or a query to the policymakers in the room and the people in our panel. Is there, because I've been listening in keenly to the discussions that you've been having, and I'm wondering if there is a way whereby civic education and education about the Constitution and human rights and all those things can be somehow incorporated into the national curriculum at different levels, at university level, at high school level, and all those different institutions of education, so that we are not struggling with things like the youth are not informed about the National Youth Council or UNSA, because there is no way that you're going to tell the youth to hold their leaders accountable in National Youth Council or UNSA if they don't even know that the bodies are there, that these bodies do these specific things. If there is a way that we can have students in university, in high school, having this kind of education, so that they can have at least the basic knowledge, the basic knowledge that when they come into these spaces, they're talking about the use of social media and all those things. If you come into such a space and you've given the platform, you can actually speak from an informed point of view, because we need the numbers. If all the things that we've been seeing in Kenya and all those things, and you want to somehow copy that, but you can't have those numbers if the people are not actually informed. People are going to want to march to parliament, but people don't even know about the corruption. Just because you are informed, it doesn't mean that everyone else around you is. So if there's a way that they can put these things for people to learn, and they have the basic information, and then maybe people who are advancing in these particular disciplines, maybe political education or law, they can have that very deep education about it, but then the whole nation at large and all the students and everyone else is having at least basic information about the Constitution and civic education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I acknowledge that there are a lot of hands, but as Speaker of the Youth, I know that there will never be enough time for our issues. As you know, in Parliament, we have corridors, so we shall have corridor talk after the session. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the point where the moderator normally deducts all issues into one or two, but I will not do that. I believe the passion is a lot with which my colleagues have spoken. I believe we can all digest the issues, and I hope that we all continue in this journey of building the software of Uganda as Professor guided. We appreciate all our elders for listening, and we beg to stop here. Thank you very much, the panel, and thanks for everyone for listening. You can have your seats.
Thank you very much once again to our panelists, Brian, Cynthia, Denise, Emmanuel, and our moderator for this session, Ola. Thank you very much. We've learned a lot. It's been quite a pleasure and insightful listening to all of you, and also how you perceive certain issues as young people. For me, it's actually been a breath of fresh air. As we proceed, may I now invite our Executive Director, Dr. Sarah Birete, to share with our chief guests what the day has been like so far, and we observe the protocol as we get to invite our guest of honor to come and take the floor. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, our master and mistress of ceremonies today. On behalf of the organizers of this meeting and our dear chief guest for the launch of this meeting, I will pass on the duty of sharing programs to Honorable Brandon Chintu, who will help me invite the chief guest to launch the university programs, Season 4, for promoting constitutionalism in university. In the morning, our dear chief guest, we had remarks from CCG's conveners and the Uganda Human Rights Commission representative, Dr. Ruth Sekindi. She's the head of monitoring, representing the commission. We have a memorandum of understanding with both the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and the Uganda Human Rights Commission in promotion of constitutionalism in Uganda. If you read Article 4 of the Constitution, the mandate to promote the Constitution is for the state. Civil society, through our complementary role, we do partner with key institutions of government that are mandated to promote constitutionalism, and one of the agencies was represented in this meeting. We also had the experience sharing of the Hope Initiative program. We called this program Hope Initiative to give hope to universities that they have space to engage with national issues and promoting the culture of the constitution in Uganda. His Worship Honorable Abubakar Matanda did share his journey with Center for Constitutional Governance since 2014 when we interacted with him as a student at Islamic University in Mbale. We work in 25 universities countrywide, and the students in the room and others out there, we shall visit all the 25 universities, so there will be time to speak. And we shall rotate these universities throughout Uganda, because given the increase of universities, there's a university in Bushenyi where I come from. Somebody might grow up in Bushenyi and graduate without even crossing to Mbarara. So we make it deliberate to move students from one corner of Uganda to another. And we shall do this in the inter-university debates where all of you as 25 universities are represented and participating in the competition on understanding of constitutionalism in Uganda. We also had Professor Mwambusi and Devesa and the students panel that you have witnessed, our chief guest. And I wish now to take this honor to invite the NRM caucus spokesperson, Honorable Brandon Chintu. I've interacted with the Honorable as he comes on several panels on TV, of course on opposite sides, but we have developed a working relationship along the way. Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and I would like to thank you so much sincerely for inviting me to come here and meet these beautiful brains of the young generation. We have been meeting on so many media houses, on radio and TV. The last one we had a big talk just next year. We had a very healthy argument. At a certain point, the Honourable Minister got stuck. So we had to agree on the ground. And she told me, Brandon, I'm inviting you on Wednesday to come and see what we do. I'm very, very much honored that you invited me. And I request you to invite me, even these young, the Honourable Minister. I've seen so many young legislators here. Denise pulled it all because she just spoke my mind. If I was given an opportunity to speak, that's what I would say. Young men, why are you cowardizing? I am a member of parliament, and not a simple member of parliament, a serious one. Because when it comes to the caucus, I'm a boss of the minister. And when the minister came here, he had not recognized me. He was like, you look like a student, a boy dressed. I told him I've come to meet the students. I must look like them. I'm Brandon Chintu, a member of parliament from Kagoma North constituency in Jinja. And I'm very glad, Honorable Minister, I would like to inform you, remind you that that constituency was represented, Professor, by one of the greatest men we have in Busoga. Before I made my name Brandon, I would introduce myself. I'm Brandon Chintu, who is representing a constituency that Dr. Frank Nabuiso used to represent. Young men, one word as I call the minister, let us work hard. I've seen here brilliant brains. I'm very comfortable that we are going to have the next strong generation. Because none of us, me and you, have a program of leaving this world tomorrow. So let's work. We will be like the professors. Let us have a profile. Doctor here, and then Dr. Bariomos. Let us have those titles with confidence. And I will tell the president next time that I met younger generation. Don't worry. As you leave power, the NRM will still stay. And the Honourable, I can see reflection of UPE here, youth here, because these are young people that have benefited from the programs of the NRM government. I now take the opportunity to invite the Honourable Minister to come and launch and also give us a word.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandon Chintu, my colleague, Member of Parliament. Permit me to recognize it is the high table. which has Dr. Sarah Birete, Professor Devesa, Council, Honorable Brandon, and all of you distinguished young people, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Chris Bariomunsi. I am the minister in charge of ICT. ICT stands for Information, Communications Technology, and National Guidance. And I am also an elected member of parliament representing Chinchizi East in Kanungu district, southwestern Uganda. And for those of you who subscribe to the Yellow Party, I am also the vice chair for NRM for Western Uganda. So if you wanted somebody who is deeply seated in the government, you have him. You have him. And permit me, before I launch this important program, to make a few comments. How I wish there was time for me to get like 3 or 4 questions from the audience, because yes, I came toward the end, so I missed the vibe from the beginning, but I picked part of the presentation from Dr. Devesa and also the panel discussion, but I saw there were still many hands when the panel was concluding. But time may not be on our side, but let me make a few comments, and then we shall negotiate and see whether you are too hungry to put in 5 more minutes. Because in the medical world where I come from, we have diseases which we call syndromes. A syndrome means a collection of signs and symptoms constituting a disease, like AIDS. AIDS is acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. But there is another syndrome also called BLOS. Does anybody know that disease? It is called before lunch syndrome. So when you speak, when people are expecting to break for lunch, the attention might be on the next program and not the speech. And therefore, I want to immunize you against the BLOS, the before lunch syndrome, since you've been taking tea and water, so that we go through this in the shortest possible time. I am happy to be here this afternoon, and I want to thank Sarah for the invitation. When she invited me, she said, I know you are very busy, but will you get time? I said, yes, we are busy because of such programs. And if I can't be there for young people, then to whom do I become busy? And therefore, I want to thank you and appreciate all of you, the team behind the Center for Constitutional Governance. I appreciate those who have spoken this morning, and also appreciate all of you who spared time from the various universities where you are students to come and be part of this discussion. In as far as I'm concerned, this is a healthy discussion, and we need more of these discussions so that we can intellectually engage and be able to determine the future of this country and the future of all of us. Let me preface my remarks with a quotation in the Bible. I know many of us may be Christians, there may be non-Christians here, but nonetheless, even if you are non-Christian, what I'm going to speak about will still be relevant. And I'm sure even many other holy books speak to some of these issues that I will be raising. Now, the Bible, the Christian Bible, starts with the story of creation. And in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 28, it speaks about how God went through the process of creation, and he ended with creation of a human being. man and woman. And the verse says, God gave blessings to the human beings, to man and woman, and gave them instructions. The first instruction was feed the earth, reproduce and feed the earth. Then the second was subdue the earth, subdue it, and express dominion over whatever you have created. If you read the Bible, for those of you who are Christians. So God blessed the human being and said, feed the earth, but also rule over the earth, and also subdue, be in charge of whatever I have created, be superior to whatever I have created. So, as human beings, we are superior to whatever else God created. We are human beings. So that is the subject of divinity. But when you go into science, I happen to be a scientist by profession. When you look at a human being, God also gave us tools to implement that biblical directive. When he said, subdue the earth, have dominion over whatever I have created, he gave us a brain. I don't know that there are medical students in the room. The human brain is far much different from brains of other animals. If you have studied anatomy, if you are a medical person, the human brain is large and convoluted. Convoluted means it has like hills and undulations on a membrane. And it has a sophisticated wiring system in the brain. It is not the biggest, but in terms of the ratio of the size of the human brain to the rest of the body, it becomes the biggest. For instance, the brain of an elephant is larger than that of a human being. But when you look at the brain of the elephant as a ratio to the whole body, the human brain becomes bigger. And when you look at how it is wired, the complexity of the human brain, I don't have time to take you to science. It is much different from the other animal. That's why an elephant may have a big brain, but compared to a human being, if an enemy entered through here, you'll have a decision on how to manage it. But the animal, the elephant, won't be as decisive as the way you respond as a human being, because our brains are different. And of course, when we go to school and we get access to education, the human brain becomes much more sophisticated, because what we call the synapses in the brain get opened, and then you get more knowledge and so forth, and you become much more sophisticated. So that is one tool that God gave us in order to enable us subdue the earth and rule over whatever he created. That's why we are able to make computers. That's why we make cameras. That's why we can speak and communicate, because God gave us that tool that is different from that of the other animals. The other issue, the other tool that he gave us is that he gave us 2 hands. Ambidexterity. 2 hands. 2 hands which can hold something. Can you give this microphone to an elephant or a lion and it holds it? It cannot. But he gave us 2 hands, which hands coordinate with the eyes and the brain. And you can use the hand to do many things. I qualified at university in a degree of medicine and surgery. Surgery, basically you do surgery using the hands. Operation, coordinating with the eyes, and of course the human brain. So the hands that God gave us also were to enable us be able to do many things which other creatures cannot do. Then the third is that he put us on 2 legs, what we call bipedalism, being able to stand and walk on 2 legs, which many other creatures, yes, there are some You can say maybe birds, like chicken, walk on 2 legs, but they lack other aspects. And the other features which I may not go into. So God made us much more sophisticated in order to subdue the earth, in order for us to have dominion and rule over whatever he created. That's why we are able, for whatever challenge that comes, a human being should have ability to find a solution to it. When it was difficult to move from one place to another, a human being invented a vehicle. Now you can move from Bushenyi to Kampala in 3 hours. But you ask the animals to walk, it will take maybe a month. That is even if they know where they are going. Now when it became difficult to move from here to America, a human being invented an airplane. Within a few hours, you can be in Kampala, few hours, you are in China, you are in America, or anywhere. When we have all these challenges, now with the computer programming, with the fourth industrial revolution, we are able to come up with a solution that are an answer to many challenges which we face. So human beings are different, and therefore when we gather here to have an engagement, to examine what is happening in society, to critique us who are in leadership, it is healthy, and we see it as positive in as far as we who run government are concerned. So I am here to express that support and to appreciate this kind of environment. In any case, that's what NRM believes in, that Ugandans should be able to freely express themselves. Yes. For instance, if you criticize government today, would you be fearing that you'll be arrested as you go back to university? Be honest. Yes. You are inciting me to arrest you if you criticize me. How many students have been arrested of recent for criticizing government? By show an example. By show of hand, which student? Yes? No, I'm saying students. Which student has criticized the government in a forum like this and has been arrested? And I'm here to give you the confidence, the assurance that you can criticize. You always see us on TV with the Sarah, with the professor, with the opposition people, giving different views. You come, you harass a minister, you criticize, give your opinion. From there, you go back home and sleep, and nobody follows you. Yes, Sarah is one of the most critical voices of government. But as long as you don't break the law, but criticizing per se will not lead you to prison. So some of you develop a perception. That's why I'm challenging you. Give me an example. You live in Uganda. You are not from Kenya. You are not from Tanzania. We live here. But you go and say, if you say this government will arrest you. But how many has it arrested? So that was point number one. Just wanted to give you that biblical and the biblical appreciation of that verse. Now, related to that, there are two revolutions that have happened over time, or transitions, if I can say. One which is related to that verse is that there has been what we call a demographic transition. Countries are undergoing a demographic transition. Demographic transition basically looks at how the quality of life continues to evolve over time, especially as an expression of fertility rates and mortality rates influencing the quality of life. And for countries which we call developed countries or highly wealthy nations, a number of them have completed the transition, where you find the quality of life is high, the deaths are very low, Even the fertility rates, which drive increase in numbers, have come down, and the populations are aging. You get fewer young people and children. Countries like Japan, Sweden, in Europe, that's what characterizes those countries. But of course, countries like Uganda and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, we are still in the earlier phases of the demographic transition, where you find the population growth is still driven by high fertility. We produce many children. Mortality rates, though falling, but they are still high, and the quality of life is still poor compared to the wealthy nations. The transition usually has 4 stages, for those of you who are students of population science. And what characterizes countries who are in the lower segments of the transition is that the biggest percentage of the people are young people, are children and young people. Recently, we released the provisional results of the census, which clearly show that up to 73% of the Ugandan population is below 30 years. So when you talk of Uganda, you are basically talking about children and young people, where a majority of you fall. And that has implications, especially for us who are in governance and in charge of the country. The other transition or revolution that has taken place over the years is the technological or industrial revolution. We now speak of the 4th industrial revolution, meaning we have had the first, the second, the third, now the 4th, which is characterized by emerging technologies. And true, somebody said, when Ndebesa was young, the environment in which he lived is very different from the environment in which you live. Social media technology was not there. And of course, like social media and this digital communication is heavily influencing the environment, how you communicate, how you chat, how you discuss, and we must be alive to some of these realities as people who run government. Now, although God gave us a brain, God gave us superiority over other creatures, but when you go into history, you find we have moved differently. For instance, there's a time when there was slave trade. Professor is a professor of history, this is his area, where individuals who are created the way we were created, they came and traded us as commodities. Can you imagine? You come and negotiate, how much do I pay for professor? Maybe these shillings. And you tie him and sell him off the way you sell goats and chicken and cows. We went through that for a period of like 400 years. When slave trade was decampaighed, we went into colonialism. Uganda was under colonialism for up to 68 years, close to 70 years. Colonialism meant we had other masters who came from Europe to come and be our rulers, when we are the same human beings with the same brain, with the same abilities. And that's why in the 50s and 60s, there were now struggles for us to gain independence. Independence meant that let these Bazungu go back and we govern ourselves. So you need, sometimes when we talk to the youth, they say, don't take us through history, but it's important to understand how the world has evolved, to appreciate what happens today. For instance, yesterday I was speaking to the media and about the resolutions which we took in Chankwanzi, and I was commenting about land evictions in Uganda. And I was saying to them, do you know the genesis of the land question in Uganda? For you to criticize the government. Under NRM, they are evicting people, but you must be an intellectual that goes beyond. This is a creation of the colonialism, the question of colonialism. When the Bazungu came and wrote that 1900 agreement with Uganda, they now took the land because they wanted to conquer Uganda. They get chiefs and people in leadership and pass this land and give it to them in the form of square miles. That's where the word mile comes. Now there is a piece of land, you are settled on it. I come, because now I want to capture this place. I say, Sarah, you are a chief here. Professor, a chief. I have given you 10 square miles of land. You have given you 20. Even the Kabaka, who are the Sabataka, the one in charge of the land, was also given. Can you imagine? Also given square miles. Now you create a system where you have land that has landlords who have the chapa, the title, and the evangel holders, the tenants who are on this land. And they create that land which has dual ownership. And up to now, we suffer that challenge. So if you are superficial, you will come and blame NRM. They are failing to manage the land, but you must know where did this problem come from. So you, the young people, when we take you back into history, it's not to waste your time. You must understand how, like, our country has evolved over time to appreciate the challenges which we face today. You may say these leaders are failing. Tomorrow you will be the MPs. Tomorrow you will be the ministers. Just a matter of time. And you will confront all these issues. So we went through slave trade, colonialism, and then we gained independence. And then went through the post-independence struggles which many African countries and other colonized countries and territories went through. You need to appreciate what Uganda has gone through over the years. For instance, you should examine what happened to Uganda when we attained independence in 1962. Say from 62 to 1986, when President Yoweri Museveni became the president of Uganda. What was happening? You were not yet born, but you must interest yourself to know what was going on. Were we having elections, for instance? We only held elections in April 1962 to prepare for independence. The next election was in December 1980. That is the period between independence and the NRM coming. Actually, in effect, it's only one election because the other one was before independence in April 1962. The next election was December 1980. But we had about 10 presidents in that period. That will bother you. That in a period of 24 years, we held elections once, but we had around 10 presidents. You as a scholar, as an intellectual, you should reflect on that. How was that one happening? Where were these presidents coming from? Me as a person from Kanungu, from Karamoja, what was my role in putting in place those presidents? You must understand. Why did President Museveni and his colleagues then challenge the government and go to the bush? What was obtaining then? I will reach the question of where we are today, the issues, the contemporary issues now. So you must, as a young person, even as you challenge us in the government, understand that history. What took President Yoweri Museveni in the bush? And when he came out, what was the agenda? And is he still following and respecting that agenda that he announced? Or there has been disruption and has taken a different path? These are issues to interrogate as universities, as scholars, as the intelligentsia. But I can tell you, since I belong to NRM, you will excuse me that I will be defending NRM without apologies, because that's the party I speak for. But just briefly, to say that NRM as a revolution came as a result of blood, sweat, and tears, because it took the courage of young people led by President Museveni to go and challenge the status quo and bring a new constitutional and governance order in this country. And came up with a clear ideological framework to guide the country. People have challenged us. Has NRM delivered? Has it made some progress in the country? And I've always argued that yes, these things are recorded. You can check how the economy was in 1986, for instance, and how it is today. At times we appear on TVs and people say, no, NRM has failed. There is nothing which has succeeded. And I say, no, success and improvement in quality of life can be measured with a naked eye examination, but can also be naked using indicators, quality of life indicators. I'm speaking to university graduates. It's not a matter of saying, I am seeing poor people, but what do the studies show? When you interrogate what has been studied. For instance, you will find that in the late 80s, early 90s, life expectancy at birth fell to as low as 43 years, meaning that a child whom you gave birth to at that time would only on average survive for 43 years. That's a very important indicator of quality of life. But now, the life expectancy at birth has increased to 68 years. I want to challenge you. You check countries all over the world that have been able to phenomenally increase life expectancy by those units within a period of 30, 40 years. You check. You are intellectuals. That from the late 80s, early 90s, you can increase life expectancy at birth from 43 to 68. You check. You look at the maternal mortality ratio. That measures the mothers who die as a result of pregnancy or childbirth-related complications. When NRM came, the figure was around 700 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's how we measure it. The mothers who die per 100,000 live births. It was above 700. It later on fell when we measured in 95. It had dropped to 506. It dropped to 505. It dropped to 435. Then increased a bit 438 because of change of methodology. It fell to 336. The most recent studies show it is now 189. You check how maternal mortality has declined in different countries. Because you should read and be knowledgeable. It's not a matter of saying NRM oye or FDC oye. You must read and be different from those who are not at the university. Check infant mortality. Children who die before they celebrate their first birthday. It has moved from 3 digits to 2 digits. From 122 deaths per 1,000 births, now to 36. This is how we measure quality of life. If you want to check whether government, the programs are succeeding or not. From an intellectual standpoint, that's how you measure them. So, to me, NRM has achieved progress. Are there challenges? Definitely, yes. The other day I was on TV and I told the country that the reason why we are in leadership is because there are challenges to address. If this was heaven, we wouldn't seek your vote to be leaders. Because in heaven, we are told everything is perfect, everything is normal, you just live in happiness. But we are on earth where there are challenges, and that's why you need the state, you need the government, you need leaders to address those challenges. And therefore, when there is a forum like this where you, the young people, come and challenge us, say, you are a minister, you are an MP, but you are not doing this, or you should do this one better. I don't take offense because I chose to be a political leader, and therefore I must listen. We are there to serve you. There are things we are doing right. There could be things we are doing wrong. And therefore you should not fear to say them when you get a leader, whether a president or a minister. You should know, for us as youth, maybe we are being governed poorly. If I was the minister or a president, this is how I would do it. So that we learn from you and correct whatever mistakes could be going on within government. So the reason why I accepted to come and launch that this is a very good initiative that provides space to young people in the university to interact and engage. And let me hope you will be inviting us, those who are in the government, to listen to the young people so that we get feedback from you and then be able to tackle the challenges of the day. In any case, that's why we are in positions of leadership. I was a UN expert before I went into politics. I would have continued, maybe I would be a UN Secretary General. But I chose to go to Parliament. So now that I chose to be a parliamentarian, I should be able to face the heat, to listen to what the people are talking about. So don't fear to express your views to officials of government, provided you do it in a respectful manner and a lawful manner. Otherwise, the NRM government has no problem listening to young people, listening to Ugandans, even those who have a divergent view. The other day, I argued in the parliament when we were discussing the issue of age limit. Members of parliament went physical and said, no, the people who wrote the constitution put chapter 18 and said those who will be there in the future may want to amend the constitution. Any provision, there are those which are entrenched, there are different ways of amending different provisions in the constitution. So it is in the chapter 18 says, you can amend those provisions. If it is this article, this is the method you use. This article, so those provisions can be amended. And the parliament is a platform where we debate and argue national issues. Issues in the parliament are resolved through a vote. That's how they are resolved in the parliament, through a vote. Parliament decides through voting. Cabinet decides through consensus. Courts decide through rulings and judgments. That's how it is. So now I was telling members of parliament, if you are a member of parliament, what's your name? Just put your arguments on the microphone. Why do I have to fight with you physically? Your views don't have to be the same as mine. Just put your argument and convince me to support you. But if you box me, what kind of MOP? And many of you were glorifying opposition MPs who were fighting. Honestly, you expect me, a minister, a doctor, a person with a PhD in parliament, to go and start fighting also on the floor and fist fighting. So I told them we must fight using our brains. Let's use our heads to fight on microphones and not to go into physical fighting, because it is not helpful. But because of that behavior, even now you see councils, they fail to argue and then they resort to fist fighting. That's not good for democracy. I asked people in the Chinchiz East, would you be happy watching on television that I am fighting in the parliament physically? Although I am heavy and strong, I could have killed someone. But I said, you will never see me. I would rather resign from parliament. I would use my head because I went to school. That's why we put a minimum qualification for a member of parliament to be able to express yourself. And then you argue, you can even say, let's debate for 2 months. And we convince each other. At the end of the day, you vote. But I saw even the professors in Makere glorifying, fighting, and so forth. If we really want constitutionalism and good governance, we must provide space for everybody. In parliament, the principle in a multi-party dispensation is that the minority should have their say, but the majority will have their way. Because parliamentary decisions are resolved through voting, and voting is numbers. So, as I move towards my conclusion, because I promised that we should give you some few minutes to make some questions or seek any clarification. The NRM government respects young people and believes in the centrality of young people in governance. That is why when the 1995 Constitution was enacted and promulgated, it was deliberately put that in the governance structures, the young people must be represented so that your voice can be there. One time I was in a meeting in Washington, and I said this, I made a presentation, and the Indians said, how can you allow children to be in parliament? The Indian legislature said, no. But the young people, Ugandan are people. They have ideas. It's not necessarily true that because you are aged, you are old, that your ideas are superior. There are very many progressive ideas we get from young people. So for us as NRM, it was deliberately decided that let the district councils, let the sub-county councils, let parliament have representation of young people. Let there be structures of the youth councils from the national to the lower level. And because of that decision, now young people challenge the old ones and they win direct seats. I went to parliament at the age of 35 years. I was young and I challenged the people who were grown up and sophisticated. Brandon here is a young person, but he's not a youth MP. Just go to parliament and look what, I think the average age should be like 30 something in the parliament. Because of that gesture that young people can also be in the parliament and have the same opportunity as professors, as others. Now Ugandans are not shy to vote a young person to represent them in the parliament. We had a member of parliament from Yusuk who was 19 years representing a constituency. This Proscovia Lengot, her father had died, and then the voters elected her at 19 years because she would come with miniskirts and what, but she was a young person representing a constituency. So for us, we believe in the young people, and we believe that young people should have all the space to participate and also be able to voice their concerns. And that's why we are happy with this arrangement that you get this space. There are deliberate programs that have been pushed by NRM focusing on children and young people. For instance, when the president announced universal primary education in 1997, it was a deliberate policy to enable young people access education. When I started my primary 7 in 1983, we were, I think, 13 students in P7. Why were many young people not coming to primary school? Fees and other. There are challenges with the UPE, yes, but the UPE enabled access. That's why when it was introduced, the number of young people going into primary shot from 2.5 million young people to 7.5, meaning there are many young people who were not accessing education at primary, later on at secondary. When the president came, we had only Makerere University. And going to Makerere was like a miracle. I remember when I was admitted in Makerere, even people in the village would come to look at me, yet I had grown up there. When we went for holidays and I put on a t-shirt from Makerere, I almost charged people money to look at me and see a pastor at Makerere. That was the situation then. But today we boast of over 50 universities. Is that negative or positive? It is positive because now many young people are able to access university education. It has its own challenges that you may be born in Cavalry, you are raised in Cavalry, you study in Cavalry, you work in Cavalry, and die in Cavalry, because all the facilities are there. But access, many young people are able to access education. The other day when they announced the population census results, when NRM came, the population of Uganda was projected to be around 14 million Ugandans. Now the census has told us we are 45.9 million, meaning the population in 38 years has increased by more than 3 times. While that can be explained by fertility, high fertility, because we produce, Ugandan women are highly fertile. But the other aspect is that we have invested in child survival programs. Children are immunized and they can survive a role within society and within government. You were comparing, let me now go briefly on the issues of governance, constitutionalism, and I just conclude. And I want to put questions to you. The first question I would want to put to you is, do we have an accountable leadership in Uganda? You don't have to answer directly, but is the leadership in Uganda, where I am part of, is it accountable to Ugandans? Why? But I'm here accounting to you. You have younger people in parliament with all the space. Whether they represent effectively, that's another matter, but they are there. You have young people in the councils. Are they speaking for you? You are the ones who elected. Why did you elect weak leaders then? Because the government, through the constitution, has given you space to elect people to represent you in the sub-county councils, district councils, the parliament. Why are they not bringing pro-youth motions or bills to support your cause? So would you blame government or you would blame yourselves? You have the Youth Council. How has the National Youth Council engaged the government to say, for us, the youth of Uganda, our issues are A, B, C, D. I sometimes don't hear that voice, that the energy. But we have put the platform there. How are you as leaders in universities engaging with the National Youth Council and the youth members of parliament, for instance? If you have issues, has anybody stopped you from saying, we want to meet our MPs, the youth MPs, and we give them a petition regarding the interests and issues of young people in this country? I say students in universities, have we? So will you blame Museveni that he has stopped you? Have you said we have issues as university students? We want to engage our national youth MPs on these issues. Have you tried it and you have been stopped? So sometimes you blame us when the fault can also go back to you. So the first question is, do we have an accountable leadership in Uganda? Number two, are the interests of young people well accommodated in the political and civic discourse in this country? Do you have space as young people in the political discourse in this country? How would you answer it? You are saying you are a feeble no. You are saying you are you are reluctant to say yes or no. The third question: what is the role of the intelligentsia, the intellectual class, in the political and social discourse in Uganda? The professors and the professors and the intellectuals, how active and how evolving are they? I have my own views, but I will not say them. Because these are university scholars, the elites, and so forth. And the other issue, I found when the professor was commenting on it, what is your view of how government is handling the issue of service delivery and fighting corruption in Uganda? Eh? Poor. I would want, maybe not all of you will speak, but if you can get a cheat, you can write proposals and give them to me. And I can assure you they will reach cabinet, they will reach parliament. Yes. I am a member of cabinet and a senior one at that. Yes. You may not all get chance to speak, but you can write your view on corruption or what you would want the government to do. The other day I was on the TV and they were saying, you just shoot and arrest people who are suspected of corruption. They said, no. We are a country that believes in the rule of law. We don't believe that when you say Professor Ndebesa has stolen, then we shoot him. No. There must be evidence. There must be evidence that you can use sustained prosecution and conviction. Otherwise, simply because they have written about me that I'm corrupt in the papers, and then you want me to be shot, that may not be the solution. But I can assure you, the government is committed to ensuring zero tolerance to corruption. But fighting corruption will require all of us. Sometimes you leave it to government, because corruption has become pervasive. It's in the government, yes. It is in civil society. It is in the universities. It is in the private sector. It is in ordinary life. So all of us have a responsibility to fight or to make a contribution in the fight against corruption. Professor was saying that the senior leader said it is okay if you steal, provided you share it with others. As a government spokesperson, I gave a comment that that is not the position of government. Yeah? No, just hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I addressed the media and said that was an individual opinion of the leader, but is not the position of government. And you take, hold on, you take responsibility. Whether I steal $1 billion and distribute it to you now, and you dance, I still remain liable. I have procured that resource illegally, and that is against the law. So we don't support that position as government. And I speak for government. My voice is that of government of Uganda, because I am the government spokesperson. So that one does not reflect the view and opinion of the government of Uganda. That I steal, if I were there, the ministry, and I come with a bag of money and give all of you, therefore I am absolved. No. You still remain liable, and you should be accountable on how you have got those resources. So government is committed. I addressed the media yesterday and said we have extensively discussed the issue of corruption in the retreat of government, and heads are going to roll. If you want to dare, you be corrupt, and then we get the evidence. Then you see how we shall handle you. Or that you don't hold the public resources, of course. You don't handle public resources. But we want you to join the fight against corruption. If you have information, pass it over to government. If government does take action, then blame government. You say, but I've brought you this evidence, and you have kept quiet. So it's not just a matter of saying, fight corruption, because the president doesn't have divine powers when he sits in the State House to know what is happening all over the country. If you see me owning a building that is worth 20 billion shillings in Kanungu, for those from my assistant RDC Kanungu is here, then you say, but how has this minister got this money to build a 20 billion structure when we know how much he earns? We even know his businesses because we can trace the taxes which he pays. You should raise it as a query, say, no, our MP here has property which we think is not commensurate with what he earns. Yes. Why would you fear? Now this one is fearing. Then if you fear to report such a cases, then be ready to live with corruption. You must challenge us. If you see acts of corruption in me, raise it. Yes, raise it. Raise it. Because to succeed in fighting corruption, it will require the participation and involvement of all of us. I have said before, you find a bus driver, fills the bus with many people, it's going to Mbarara, then you find even half of the bus, they are standing. Now he puts money in a newspaper. When he reaches where there is traffic police, say, officer, have you read the New Vision? He gives the newspaper to the police officer with the money inside. And the police officer sees it, says, okay, and then you go ahead. So who is corrupt in that situation? Both the person who has given and the one who has received. So it takes two to tango. And then you find the passengers keep quiet. They have seen the driver is flouting the rules by overfilling the bus with the passengers. Yes, yet it has the capacity it should carry. He has passed on money to a police officer. You have seen, but then you keep quiet. Yes, you may want to blame the police officer for receiving the money, but how about the one who gave the money to the police officer? How about the passengers who witnessed and kept quiet? So it will require all of us, in whatever space we are occupying, to do our work, to play our role. So don't blame the president. The president can do as much. If, for instance, somebody steals government money and doesn't have the information. He doesn't have divine powers like God to know, to look at a person and say, last night you stole. It will require somebody to bring that information. It is processed through investigation. And once there is evidence, then there can be arrests, you get charged, you are prosecuted, and so forth. So it requires all of us to be involved and do our part, but the NRM government does not in any way condone corruption. Finally, you were talking of Gen Zs and Kenya and so forth. The march to parliament. What are you trying to achieve by marching to parliament, if I may ask? Simply because the youth in Kenya have marched. Aren't there other alternative ways of expressing your discontent with the corruption in Uganda in a more civilized manner? Because the police has announced that we shall not allow that demonstration, that march. So you are saying we are going to march so that you confront the police and the security agencies. If your intention is to express your position on how government is handling corruption, on how parliament probably has betrayed Ugandans, and there are other ways you can express that without a confrontational arrangement with security. Simply because in Kenya the youth marched, must you also march. You can be innovative and use other ways. Yes. Can't you assemble in Makerere and say we want our youth MPs to come and account to us, and we hand them a petition? No, have you invited them and you are saying they will not come? Have you invited them? Sarah invited me here, I came. I knew I was going to meet the young people. And we are engaging. You can even invite the president. The other day, the traders had issues with this EFRIS, the taxation system and so forth. The president called them and had the whole day engaging them. We are a government that listens, a government that is able and willing to engage anybody. If government could engage and listen to Kony who was killing people in northern Uganda, you know the mayhem which he caused. But the government went and met him and his people, and the war ended. So if government can listen and engage to Kony, how about Ugandans who are peaceful or who are just raising grievances or issues of governance? We can listen to anybody. There is no need for a confrontational approach. You can still make your point using other civilized means of telling government. So my advice, I will give you my contact. You wanted my contact, you can write it. But it is 0772 480045. But 0772 480045. Let me give you my comment. When that demonstration in Kenya happened, I was in Nairobi myself. I think Uganda is not Kenya and Kenya is not Uganda. The dynamics in Kenya are different. First of all, you, the young people, should not accept to be used. Because when you dissect the Kenyan issue, you will find politics underneath. Because the president won with 50-point-something%. He has a huge opposition to him, including the president he succeeded, including Raila Odinga and others. So there is a political wave also there. But also, you must look at their constitutional framework. In 2010, Kenya amended their constitution and put a new order. For instance, the cabinet secretaries, who are the equivalent of ministers, are not members of parliament, and they don't sit in the parliament. That day I was in Nairobi and we had a meeting and the ministers were there. I told them, I think you may have to re-examine some of these. So the cabinet ministers are detached from parliament, from the population in a way. So you'll find in the parliament of Kenya, it is chairpersons of committees who explain the government work, yet they are not members of the executive. You'll find the tax bill was presented by a member of parliament, not a minister in the parliament, because the ministers don't go to parliament. And I think they also had their issues of intelligence, how to capture intelligence information and so forth. Now, like the way they brought in the army, when the parliament was already burning. That one would not allow it that you march and burn parliament, I can assure you. Here in Uganda. You can march, but we can't allow you to march and burn parliament. You will be stopped, for sure. Whether you say government is autocratic or what, we cannot wait that, oh, there is freedom, let the youth come and burn parliament. No, it will not happen, that one. So that's what I'm saying. Kenya is not Uganda, and Uganda is not Kenya. But here, like I've said, you have youth leaders, you have very many avenues of expressing yourselves. So you don't have to copy what happened in Kenya, that we also want to confront and see how many people will be killed. You will die and they will bury you. Of course, which will be unfortunate, but I'm saying there can be other civilized ways of expressing whatever point you want to express without the risk maybe of getting injured or dying or any of this. And I'm saying we have enough space in Uganda for you to voice your concerns. Even if you wanted to meet the youth and say, we want the president to come here, I can assure you, President Museveni will come and meet you, if you wanted it. No, you are doubting. But I am his vice chairperson in NRM. I'm saying if the youth want to say, we want to engage with the president, we have issues, I can assure you, as the day follows night, that the president would come and listen to you. I even told the ministers in Kenya, I think maybe consultation on this finance bill was not adequate. And you look at what is happening. They are saying the government of Kenya has borrowed heavily. The debt burden is big. Now they are saying taxes should not be increased to raise domestic revenue. But then you should give us high quality services. So how do you provide that? Because the way a government budget is funded is either through domestic revenue, through taxes, or borrowing. So they're saying don't borrow, don't raise taxes, but give us good services. So how will you provide the good services? That's the dilemma leaders find themselves in Kenya. You know, in Nyankole Ruchiga there is a saying that a frog, a chichere, let me say it in Ruchiga, then I translate it. Wechere chikagira tobutale ni bulemera ngwishko ry'ikichere butale waraburebereka kitowabira bwekolira kandi bata. That a frog or a toad said that iron ore is heavy. Then they said, but you are a frog. Where did you find iron ore? He said, no, the person who was carrying iron ore stepped on me. So you need to be in the government in that position for you sometimes appreciate the challenges leaders face. Like I'm giving you the issue of Kenya. They're saying, don't borrow, don't raise revenue, but give us good services. That can only be done by God, who had divine powers. Say, let there be this, and it is there. So, let's be understanding. We are not saying if you have issues, don't raise them. You must raise them, but we as government also, we have a duty to provide that space for you to voice your concerns. And my argument is, I think we have space, and if you want us to improve that space, please, through this kind of arrangement, you should be able to engage government and tell us how we can do better. So lastly, I want to give you the concluding quote from the Bible again. I started with the Bible, and I want to conclude with the Bible. Paul was an apostle, and he wrote many letters in the Bible. He wrote to Timothy. Timothy was a young man and went to preach the gospel, and he wrote to him 2 letters. The first letter to Timothy and the second letter. When you read in the first letter which he wrote to Timothy, in chapter 4, verse 12, the letter which Paul wrote to Timothy, who was a young man like you young people. He said, don't let anyone despise you because you are young. And as a government, we are alive to that writing by Paul, that nobody should look down or despise young people because of their age, because of being young. So that was Paul writing to Timothy, who was preaching in the various communities, that let nobody despise you because you are young. And that's also the belief of NRM, that nobody should despise young people because they are young. Because all of us were young, it's just a question of difference of date of birth. We were born earlier than you, but eventually, through the vicissitudes of time, you will also reach where the adults are. So he says, don't let anyone despise you or look down on you because you are young. But set an example for the believers. You set an example. Nobody should despise you, but also you should set an example for the believers in speech. You were complaining about the TikToker who was arrested and has been convicted and imprisoned. Much as you have the freedom, Uganda is not a lawless country. You can't come and now slap me simply because you have freedom. There are laws which restrain you. I can't start insulting you now simply because I'm a minister and I have freedom. No, that would be wrong. So much as there is this freedom, but also we must exercise this freedom with caution, with restraint. That if you break the law will not say, this is a young person, he has the freedom and the energy, the law will catch up with you. Even me as a minister, if I break the law, you will see police coming to arrest me. Yeah, because I am not above the law. Above the law. So like that TikTok, there is a law on misuse of computer, the Computer Misuse Act. And I think he was charged under that law. But we can put it for him. I'm sure we can talk to the president. Maybe he gets pardoned and what. But you shouldn't condemn the system when somebody has broken the law. There are many of you young people who are misusing. For us as a Ministry for Communication, we believe communication should be for development, should be for socio-economic transformation, not for abuses, not for insults, not for all sorts of things which I see. My views may not be palatable to yours. I'm sure what I have said, some of you may not believe what I have said, but I have a right to say it. Even you, when you get a chance, you can say your view. That's why we say in Parliament, we are in a multi-party dispensation, but somebody being in a NUP and I'm in NRM doesn't mean that person is my enemy. He just has a different view, political view, so he should respect my view as I respect his. And my duty should be to persuade him to turn yellow, and him to persuade me to go red. That's how a civilized society should be. But many of you support radicalism, support extremism, support violence, but some of us don't subscribe to that kind of environment. We believe Uganda has enough space for all of us. We deliberately went into multipartyism. Each Ugandan has a right and freedom to have a political view that he cherishes, and that should not be interpreted as enmity. If you are NUP, that is your right to be a NUP, because there is a freedom of association. So I should not hate you or injure you simply because you have a different political view. My duty should be to persuade you to abandon your view, which I think is wrong, and you follow mine. That's the kind of politics we should push. And you young people should not support extremism, should not support radicalism, violence. I don't think that one will take us anywhere as a country as we build our democracy. So Paul wrote, don't let anyone despise you because you are young, but set an example for the believers in speech. So even you, as you speak, as you use social media, you should be exemplary. Some people go on social media and say, the President Museveni has died when he's alive. Now, you may not believe in him as a political leader, but why do you go on social media and say he has died? Don't you have anything useful to communicate on social media? I might be here talking, someone writes, Christopher Yomosi is dead. With that, and kill me. You know that kind of, and you find somebody is a university student writing that. So that's why Paul was saying, be an example in speech, what you write or what you say. So be an example for a believer in speech, in conduct, in love, in faith, and in purity. So he was guiding that as you do your work, I empower you to do your work as a young person, but set an example. You are saying you want to march to Parliament, and it will be a peaceful demonstration. But you don't control whoever will come in that demonstration. This is what happened in Kenya. I think the initiators were peaceful. But on their march to Parliament, all sorts of characters joined it. You have seen here when there was walk to work. Maybe you were much younger, 2011, 12 there. People would walk, we are just walking to work peacefully. Then people start stealing tomatoes, breaking two shops, getting sodas from shops, and then the whole thing becomes very unlawful. So, what am I saying? I am saying that the NRM government believes in freedom of expression, freedom of association, and freedom for young people. And you should not be afraid of being a young person. You must use that energy, that vibe as a young person to make a contribution to the transformation and prosperity of this country. But provided you are mindful that your contribution does not border on breaking the law. Because when you break the law, then you will have encounters with the security, with the police, which is uncalled for. There are many ways through which you can express yourself and your voice will be heard. We are going into elections. Many of you maybe will have finished your university degrees. You are free to contest and challenge us, those who are in the parliament. Would you say if a young person wants to run for parliament, government will stop him? Do you know there are countries where if you come, you want to challenge existing leaders, you can even be arrested and imprisoned? I'm sure you study global politics. There are countries which are like that. You come and want to challenge the president, you will be in cells until elections are over. People say, President Yoweri Museveni has stayed for long. Yes, he has stayed for long. But who is putting him there? It is Ugandans. Yes. I am a voter. Yes. You have seen the president, when time comes, he traverses the country, convincing Ugandans, he even sheds weight, loses weight, and in a number of communities, they reject him, but when they count the votes, he gets the majority. Yes, that's democracy. That is democracy. For a long time, he was being rejected in northern Uganda. He would even get like 16%, 20%. The other time in western Uganda, in Rukunjiri, they were voting him out. In Kasese, they were voting. Some people say, oh, he has been cheating. He has been rigging. How come when they voted against him in Rukunjiri, we didn't change the results to say he has won? You see, we don't have that machinery. Or in Kasese, when he was rejected and they voted 6 MPs as opposition, do you think we didn't have machinery to say we change and declare them NRM? But because we respect the will of the people, NRM believes in democracy, that if you vote, the other day when they went to parliament, a journalist asked me, they have voted many members of NUP and FDC. Will you allow them to sit in parliament as NRM? I was asked a question by a journalist. I said the NRM believes in democracy. If they have chosen that in that constituency they want to be represented by a NUP MP, so be it. He will come and take oath and sit in parliament, because that's what the people have decided. If they want their MP to be an FDC one, and he has defeated NRM, we shall allow the FDC to take oath and sit in parliament. Is there an opposition MP who won and was denied a seat in parliament? You tell me that so and so one was declared, NRM refused him. You check elections of 1980. UPC, before elections, declared that all the seats in the West Nile have been won by UPC. You check. Problem with Uganda is you don't read. Sometimes we don't read. In the West Nile, UPC declared that all the seats for parliament before elections have been won by UPC members. And they came to parliament. There was an MP, I think in the Mobende area, a candidate who scored, I think, 300 votes. And one person had, 1,600. They declared the one of 300, he came and even became a minister. One day I challenged Dr. Kiza message on TV because he was saying he won and Museveni rigged him. I said the system we are using, they count and declare results per polling station. I'm sure you have participated. They count, and say Museveni has got this, Bestige has got this, Chagurani this, at the polling, and people record. And afterwards, the Electoral Commission publishes all those results from their website, if you check. For presidents, for MPs, the results are there. So I told him, I am going to pay for you. You publish your results in the media. I will pay for you the New Vision and Monitor, all your results. And then we shall go on the website of the Electoral Commission and compare with yours. Up to date, he has never come to say I'm publishing them. Because Ugandans know the results which come at each polling station. So we believe in a democracy. If you want to remove President Yoweri Museveni, remove him from the ballot box. You not go to throw stones at him and he leaves. You mobilize. If you are a political party that wants power, get on the ground, convince Ugandans. Sell your manifesto. If it is more impressive than that of NRM, they will vote you. But what is the problem in Uganda is that the majority of the opposition MPs are not anchored on a sound ideological framework. They are just anchored on Museveni must go, NRM must go. But that cannot be an ideology. Of course, Museveni time will come, he will leave. He's a human being. So when he leaves, will you wind up as a political party say, we have achieved what we want? You must have what you stand for. To say, for us as Party X, if we are given a chance to lead Uganda, this is how we would lead. And then Ugandans would compare what NRM does and what your party is saying. But what is the ideology which they are saying? Just messages of hatred, hate speech. And that's why Ugandans still compare and say, but you are making a lot of noise. You are just hurling insults. Are you sure if we put you in power, you are able to deliver health care better, education, infrastructure, and people still vote NRM? Because for us, we articulate the manifesto based on a sound ideological framework. So I challenge you, before you join each party, I want to be NUP or FDC, first check what do they stand for. Political parties are formed on the basis of ideology. You look at the Labour Party, conservative. You look at the Democrats, Republicans in America. It is based on their ideological beliefs on social issues. How will you handle education? If I asked you, what is the difference that NUP presents in terms of how they will handle health care in Uganda compared to what NRM does? Do you know? Apart from the noise, just Museveni must go. Museveni must go can't be an ideology. So a political party must be based on a sound ideology which you sell to the population, and then people weigh. So the ideology of NRM is like this, but this one looks superior, looks better. Maybe we choose this, they can do better. Not just the noise that you make in the town. I could go on and go on. So with those few remarks, should I launch now or first receive the few questions? The few, maybe now we have to limit. How many? 3. Sir, maybe you choose them. 3, I will be more brief than the way I've been. Then we launch the program. You ask once, then I just concisely just give a short response.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarah, for choosing me. Yeah, I'm most humbled and exceedingly excited to talk to the spokesperson of the government, our beloved minister. I'm very excited. By way of introduction, my name is Naura Isaac. I'm a student at Kampala University, pursuing bachelor's in international relations and diplomacy, and I serve as chief whip in 21st Guild Union at Kampala University. I'm affiliated to Pan-African Pyramid, whereby we are always on NBS with Professor Mwambusia Ndebesa. I have a question which I had for a long time. I had wished to have such opportunity to meet you. Article 42, clause 1 of the Ugandan Constitution gives right to every citizen to know contents of any document, record, or information, and the Constitution inclusive. When you look at countries like Korea, their constitution is in Korean language. When you look at China, their constitution is in Chinese language. But here in Uganda, it is in English, and most of the people down there in the village do not know English. And it becomes hard for us to increase the level of constitutionalism in Uganda. So I was requesting, since you are the Minister of Information, I think this is relevant to you. Can't we translate the Constitution in our local language the way it is with the Bible? When you move to Kamwenge, the Bible is in Runyankore Ruchiga. In the northern, it is in those languages. And actually, his worship, Abubakar, in your absence, proposed that we can have many youth on the streets preaching constitutionalism. It becomes easier when it is in our local language. So that was my question and my request. Thank you.
Thank you. I think when you mention Korea, you need to be specific. If they selected you, please stand up. Also, the Honorable Minister pledged that if you can write on sheets, it will be forwarded direct to the President, if I got it right. So it's more powerful than speaking. Now, the notes provided by the hotel can be torn. You can get a page and write, and I will hand them over. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. With all due respect, Mr. Honorable, why would meeting the president or other corrupt officials, I don't want to accuse anyone for being a thief, be an alternative? Yet the Constitution provides for means which we can exercise our rights like marching to the parliament.
Thank you.
Let me be where everyone can see me, where the Honorable Minister can view me very well. Protocol observed. Before you is Derek Mwanje, the Guild Prime Minister at St. Lawrence University. Happy to be here. I have two questions for you, Honorable Minister. The first one goes, to what extent has the public participation been integrated into the process of constitutional reforms in Uganda? And how has the government ensured that the voices of the marginalized communities are heard and considered in constitutional debates? And then number two, what I want you to answer me is, what are the next steps for Uganda in terms of further constitutional reforms? What are the next steps for Uganda in terms of further constitutional reforms and governance? And how can the government balance the need for international constitutional standards with its unique cultural, social, and political contexts. Thank you so much. I submit.
That brings us to the end of the questions. But as I said, you can write on sheets. Just put up your hand. My colleague Philip will be collecting some of them, and maybe somebody from that side, myself, just be able to pass them to us, and we will hand them over to the minister or his aide. Honorable Minister, I'd like to invite you back to answer those questions.
Thank you very much for the questions and comments. And when I said you can write, people thought that maybe I would throw away the papers. No, I am not that reckless. And I respect the views of every person. So if you write, what you have written will reach whatever office should be able to receive those comments. Let me just quickly respond to the issue. Isaac from KIU talked about Article 42 and talked about translating the Constitution, and Professor Devesa said, no, it has been translated into 4 languages. That's what he said. That was translated, but maybe 8. Maybe what it lacks now is to print more copies and popularize those versions, the translated. But I agree with you that how would my aunt, my uncle in the village, who never went to school, how would he be able to know what is in the Constitution if he can't read English? So I agree with you, and so this is a strong recommendation now to government that those translated versions should be popularized the way the English version is popularized. I think that's a very strong point. Then my daughter there, are you my daughter or my sister? Maybe my daughter is saying, why am I saying they should meet corrupt leaders like the president, yet the Constitution allows you to demonstrate? So it depends. You are demonstrating for what? Yeah? To achieve what? What are you trying to achieve in the demonstration? From who? Yeah? Now let me ask, which one is better? Walking, then when you reach Parliament, what will you do? You just want the cameras so that you appear on NBS and UBC and NTV that you have been walking. So let me also put it back to you. Walking at Parliament, demanding accountability, and interfacing with the president and telling him in the face the issues. Which one would have more impact? So how will marching help you? Supposing you march and we ignore you. How will, yeah. Supposing you march. Are you going to be having a document which you will hand over to government or what? No. We are just changing. Are you going to have a document which you will hand over to some official at Parliament or what? You just want to work, say we have worked and you go home. So what impact will it have? Yes, you can show, yes, the youth in Uganda or the Ugandans have worked. But how about engaging the players? Say, your government, which you preside over, we want the A, B, C, D. That's what I'm saying. Which one would have impact? Unless if you want it for showbiz, to say that we worked, yes. But my view would be engaging leaders, the way you are putting questions to me, has a bigger impact. Like I'm saying, you're right. I will even take these questions to cabinet. Yes. I will ask the player, say, I met youth, they are raising the following questions. I can even call the player and tell him, I have met youth, and they have put to me the following questions which government should answer. So it depends on what you want. If it is just showbiz, that we have just worked, yes. But my view would be, if you want impact for government to receive your concerns and make a pledge to handle them, then engaging the leaders, to me, would have a bigger impact than merely walking. Then the third person That's why I said, don't just copy because in Kenya they worked, that you also worked. I said Kenya is not Uganda, and Uganda is not Kenya. And I said there are different ways through which the concerns of the people can reach the president, can reach us in the government. You may say we are corrupt officials in the government, but we are the people running the government as of now. So whether you walk or whether you talk or what, eventually your issues should reach to us, and it is our responsibility to work on them. So the question would be, if you have concerns, how do you make sure they reach government? I thought that's the question you want to answer. That maybe we as Ugandans, we are tired of corruption. Maybe government is not doing enough in our view, and we want the government to hear this, and we demand the government should take action on ABCD. That's why I'm asking, do you have a document you want to present to government, or you just want to walk and go home? And go home. But police has already warned you. Anyway, lastly, there was a question on public participation in constitution making and reviews. Yes. In the early 90s, when the Constitutional Review Commission, not the Review Commission, it was the Constitutional Commission, constitution making, because we're making a new constitution. The president appointed a commission which traversed the country, gathering views, and then the CA delegates were elected. They sat for close to 2 years and came up with the 1995 constitution. So it was a consultative process. The constitution has been since amended. Various provisions in the constitution have been amended. And I think the process of amendment has also been consultative. At the time when there was a constitutional review commission appointed by government, and the commission has traversed the country, there are amendments which have been initiated through parliament, and then the members of parliament make consultations, like of course for you remember the famous ones, the term limit, the 2005, the age limit in 2017, but we consulted. Yes, because members of parliament represent you. Each member of parliament was given a facilitation to go to his or her constituency and ask the people, yes. If your member didn't come, that's your problem. But, yes. Yeah? Yes. You're saying how? That's your problem as a constituency. But the members of parliament, yes. Yes. I, as a member of parliament for Chinchiz East, I went in Chinchiz East, Kanungu, and held meetings and picked views. Yes, views of the people. And then came back to parliament to air them. But you see also, members of parliament are representatives, not necessarily the delegates. You must know the difference. That it doesn't mean that whatever we deliberate on in the parliament, I have to go to the constituency first. The type of democracy that we have. Yes. You think we sit every week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. I have to take the order paper to Kanungu every time we are sitting. No. The framework that we have is that the people in the constituency chose their best. And they think he will represent them in their best interests. But of course, a matter like a constitution requires consultation, because these are heavy provisions. And like in the last amendments, the members of parliament were facilitated to get to their constituencies and not market, but tell the constituents what the proposals are, and then pick what the people are saying, and come back to parliament and vote accordingly. Yesterday they asked me a question, maybe I should answer it here, about electoral reforms, that Mama Mbabazi, Right Honorable, when he went to court in 2016 after presidential elections, there are directives the court made, the ruling. Have we responded to them? And I was saying, the problem with us, let me not say Uganda, us, at times we get excited over some issues. Like when that issue of age limit was being tabled in the parliament, there were very many amendments which incorporated what court had ruled on in the Mama Mbaba's case. But because there was excitement about the age limit, people didn't follow. Because what was Mama raising, he was saying as a presidential candidate, he felt the time between when results are declared and if you want to challenge results, for you to collect evidence and get back to court, the time is short. He was saying, in case court overturns an election, and then you have to go back for a fresh election, the time between declaring results and the court nullifying and having an election and swearing in a new government is not enough. And those issues, we handled them in the amendment that time. Maybe yes, you can say something.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's true that in the amendments ahead of 2021 elections, most of the directives of Supreme Court were met except two. One is the punishment of government officials who engage in campaigns, and two is the regulations for use of technology in elections.